It's day 2 of the Paris swimming competition at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games as we welcome you to the Paris Stade de France Arena in Nantes for this finals session. Well, it is set to be a glorious session indeed. Potentially a big night for a few veterans and indeed for swimmers from Colombia and Netherlands, not to give too much away. Italy, though, topped the medal standings after one day of competition with 8 medals, including 2 golds from their 15 events. Great Britain and China also have multiple gold medals. It's Australia, Brazil, Denmark, Hungary, Japan, Poland, Singapore and the host nation France who also have gold medals. Another 8 countries on the medal podium through the first day of the para swimming at Paris 2024. There is so much more to look forward to with 14 gold medal events coming up on the program tonight. But this is para swimming where swimmers are classified by their disability, by their impairments. Swimmers group together accordingly and only race against those who have a similar impairment to themselves. And importantly, every swimmer is classified as having either a physical, visual or intellectual impairment, and they undergo rather rigorous physical, technical in sport and technical in competition assessments to have their individual classification determined. So effectively, even playing fields in many respects for this para swimming competition at Paris 2024. We have a host of different individuals that'll be looking for success in the pool tonight, but this is what you can enjoy in the final session on day 2 of the Paris swimming at Paris 2024. 14 gold medal events that'll be contested with the victory ceremonies to take place within the session. I'm delighted to say that alongside me is multiple Paralympic medalist Deb Gruen. And Deb, there's lots to look forward to. I mentioned perhaps Netherlands and Colombia, but there's so much more in terms of broad scope in the session this evening. Yeah,
I mean, you took my intro away. I was going to talk about the Dutch swimmers. You got Zederveld-Krieger in the women's 100-meter SB9 breaststroke. Of course, then you have Dorsman making his first appearance of the night, or really of the entire games, in the 400-meter freestyle. But the other 2 events I would just highlight are the men's 100-meter backstroke. You have Boki, who may just get beaten by Sotnikov. And don't forget about Alex Portal from France. And then finally, you have the women's 200-meter individual medley SM6 with world record holder Macy Summers-Newton, and I would love to see her challenge that.
I think a few world records might be scared in this session. And we'll see how the session unfolds. Before we get into the session proper, however, we will have a moment to introduce the drama that is about to unfold at this venue, a glorious venue that it is. Truly spectacular. Special features at this venue include the world's largest interactive giant screen that many of these individuals have a chance to view as they sit directly opposite the giant screen here at the home of Racing 92. Ludivine Luzo, she's now Ludivine Munoz, multiple Paralympic Games medalist. And one of France's greatest swimming successes has the honor of striking the baton 3 times. From the tradition in French theatre to strike the baton 3 times to signal the start of the action. And genuinely, one of the most likeable people in all of para swimming is Ludivine. Men's 100-meter freestyle S5 final is where we start. Antonio Fantin, the world record holder at 106.24. Daniel Diaz, his Paralympic record still stands from 2012. So you get a feeling that might be scared this evening, this session. The start list features Huerta, Wang, Bocciardo, Polva, Komarov, Guo, Zulkafli and Tanaka. And certainly Kirill Pulver has been looking very strong in the few swims that he's had already at Paris 2024. He picked up silver in the 200 free already, and he showed some prowess in the pool, not only in his first event, but indeed in the heats for this men's 100-meter freestyle S5. In the finals, each swimmer will be introduced individually. So let's meet the finalists for the men's 100-meter freestyle S5. Going in lane 8 from Japan is Tanaka Eigo, the 20-year-old who made the final at the Asian Para Games. More of a 50-meter freestyle swimmer, and he goes after a qualifying time of 1:21.3. Spain's Luis Huerta goes in lane 1, the 23-year-old, 5th at the World Championships 2 years ago, 8th last year, 8th in Tokyo as well. 7th in Tokyo was Mohammed Nur Saiful Zulkifli, who represents Malaysia, the 29-year-old. 4th at the last World Championships, though, and bronze at the Asian Para Games, goes in lane 7. Tokyo silver medalist Wang Liqiao, the 30-year-old, 6 times a Paralympic Games medalist, bronze at the World Championships last time out, 2022. Asian Para Games champion, represents China and goes in lane 2. His compatriot, Guo Jincheng, the 23-year-old, reigning 50-meter freestyle world champion. One of the few swimmers who does not use a swim cap, shaves his head before competitions. The gold medalist from Tokyo is Francesco Bucciardo. He goes in lane 3 for Italy, the 30-year-old from Genoa, who's already won the 200-meter freestyle gold here, looking to defend his 100 free title in Paris. Going in lane 5 is 36-year-old Alexander Komarov. Bronze in the 200 free. He picked up 100 free S6 medal in Rio. Reigning world champion, though. Kirill Pulver goes in lane 4, the 21-year-old. Silver in the 200 free here. Silver at the European Championships as well. And he looks very comfortable. So does Komarov. Bucciardo, though, maybe a little off his best, it seemed, in the preliminaries. And still, plenty to come from these swimmers. Gore will get off to a magnificent start. It's whether or not he's got the back end to be able to hold on against some of the other competitors.
And remember, Bucciardo won during day 1 of the competition, the 200-meter freestyle. And so, interestingly enough, the 200 closes day 1, and then the 100 opens day 2. So they're kind of swimming back to back. They've had some rest, though, between the preliminary session at least.
So Huerta, Wang, Bucciardo, Pulver, Komarov, Guo, Zulkifli, and Tanaka go in this men's 100-meter freestyle S5 final. It's the first final in the pool on day 2 of competition at Paris 2024. Half the competitors start from inside the pool. Now Gore is set to go off to a blistering start, and indeed his dive is really solid. His underwater is excellent as well, and he breaks water coming up in front. He and Wang Liqiao are leading the way. Tanaka is not too far behind. It's the swimmers, though, who get into their stroke in the center lanes who are looking to close them down. At the moment, it looks to be Komarov who is leading the charge and the chase to reel in Guo Jincheng.
Now, it's so hard in the 100 because the 2 Chinese swimmers, they go up so far during the start. And then it's just really a question of, do the other swimmers have enough room to chase them down? They have the advantage on the start. They had the advantage on the turns. But here comes Komarov. Look at that stroke. It's so wide. It's so powerful. He's moving so much water. And he is just reeling the Chinese swimmers in.
He gets such a great pull, does Komarov, and he's looking to leave Pulver behind. Wang Liqiao is holding on at the moment for bronze medal, but he's really going to need to push if he's to stay in that position. Guo Jincheng is not being overtaken just yet, but it looks like Komarov is going to chase him down in the closing meters. Who's going to take it? It's going to be in a fairly fast time as well. Paralympic record time. It's Komarov ahead of Guo, ahead of Pulver. Komarov with a phenomenal swim, a 1:07.77, breaks the great Daniel Diaz's Paralympic Games record set in London 12 years ago. Only just out-touches Guo Jincheng, who led for much of this race. But look at the effort that's been expended by Komarov. The reigning world champion, though, is now the Paralympic Games champion.
Here's the start. Now, I know he ended up getting second, but you have got to hand it to Guo Jingcheng. Look at the start. He stays underwater for so long, and he led this race for basically 95 meters of the full 100. He's ahead at the start. He's ahead at the turn. Look at this, his legs. He's only using his legs to move all the way down the water, and then it's up to Komarov to chase him down. Komarov came through with a blistering last 10 to 20 meters, was able to chase him down, but really just by a smidge. 107.77 with a new Paralympic record. You know, I thought that record was probably going to stand through tonight, but I guess we were wrong.
Well, certainly mentioned that a few Paralympic and world records would be scared, and this one has been broken. Alexander Komarov is champion in 107.77 Paralympic record time, ahead of Guo Jingcheng. Kirill Pulver manages to touch third, ahead of Bocciardo, the defending champion. This is the final of the women's 100-meter freestyle S5. Sally Kearney, the world record holder in the S5 classification. In the S4 classification, it's Tanja Scholz, and she'll be going in the race as well as the only S4 swimmer. Tanja Scholz will go in lane 2, the German who set a Paralympic record in the heats. 125.78. But watch out for Sally Kearney, and indeed for Irina Poida, who has been challenging Kearney. Going in lane 8, though, for Czechia, the 24-year-old from Prague, Agata Kupilova. 6th at the World Championships last year, bronze at the European Championships earlier this year. Going in lane 1 for China, the 32-year-old Lu Dong, 5th at the 2023 World Championships, 5-time Paralympic Games champion, 7-time medalist. This at her 4th Paralympic Games, 6th in Tokyo in this event. The second of 3 Chinese swimmers in this final, finished 4th in Rio and 7th in Tokyo. Yao Tuan, a 27-year-old from Ningbo, relay gold at Tokyo, 100 breaststroke bronze as well. Now, the S4 swimmer, Tanja Scholz, 40 years old, S4 world champion at the last 2 editions. A Paralympic Games record in the heats of 125.78. She can go sub 120. Liu Yu represents China and goes in lane 6, the 200-meter freestyle gold medalist at the 2022 Asian Para Games. Bronze medalist from Tokyo is Monica Poggioni, the 26-year-old who took 200 free bronze here already. 4-time Paralympic Games medalist. She's the reigning world and European champion in this event. Going in lane 5, though, is somebody who looks to be having a very, very good Paris 2024, Irina Poida. She's picked up silver in the 200 free here in Paris already, bronze at the World Championships last year, and silver at the European Championships in April. But the Tokyo gold medalist is Sally Kearney, the 27-year-old who picked up gold in the 200 free here. She was world champion 2 years ago, and she is the world record holder, set in Portugal at the World Championships in Funchal, a 1:13.34. The Kearney-Poida battle certainly looks intriguing, but it's difficult to discount so many others in this final.
Yeah, and keep your eye on the Paralympic record for the lone S4 swimmer, Tanja Scholz, in this heat, because we saw her break the Paralympic record during preliminaries, and it could go down again tonight. She has an even faster swim.
Swimmers all bar Lu Dong. into the pool for the start of this women's 100-meter freestyle S5.
Your marks.
Swimmers getting away. Buccioni getting away rather quickly, but Kearney and Poida will be the two to watch in the early stages. Buccioni has already been left a little behind, and Lu Dong, despite her excellent start, finds herself being overhauled already by Poida, who is leading Kearney, but only just through 25 meters.
Now, these two battled it out during the 200. The 200 is really Tully Kearney's event. So is the 100, but 200 is their specialty. And in the 100 right now, as you said, Poida is just ahead of her. But watch this back half on Tully Kearney. She loves the back half. She's great at it. Here she comes. Now she's in first after the turn. Such a good flip turn from Tully Kearney, and she leads the way home.
So Tully Kearney, with that flip turn, has given herself an advantage off the wall over Poida, who looked quicker in her stroke over the opening 50 meters. But Kearney has got a very strong back end and is looking to prove it yet again with another magnificent performance over the final 50 in a race. Having won gold in the 200-meter freestyle here, having claimed an element of redemption following her being out-touched in Tokyo in the 200 free. She started Paris 2024 on a perfect platform, and she's going to absolutely take it to Poida. Kearney with gold. Poida will touch for silver, and the battle for bronze is going to be won by Monica Buccioni of Italy, who touches now in 1:21.74. But Tully Kearney is already a double gold medalist at Paris 2024. The first to take 2 gold medals in the pool here at La Défense Arena. A 1:15.10. Around 2 seconds off her world record. But it's so important to, it's basically about claiming the medals rather than the times.
Exactly. It's where your hand finishes on the wall, not about the time that you swim here. Here going out in the first lap, Poida, she stayed ahead of Tully Kearney the entire way. Where Tully Kearney made her move, though, and we saw her do this in the 200 as well, is on the turn. Tully Kearney flips. Poida has the open turn, and Tully Kearney led the entire second half and really extended that to more than a body length lead to come back in a 1:15.10. She's very, very happy. You saw her pump her fist. Super swim for Tully Kearney.
Tully Kearney, double gold medalist at Paris 2024, successfully defends the title that she won in Tokyo 3 years ago, and she is utterly delighted. Confirming the results, Tully Kearney with gold, Irina Poida takes silver, and Monica Buccioni with bronze. Yao Chuan disqualified, and Tanya Scholz just misses out on a Paralympic record. This is the final of the men's 100-meter freestyle S4. World record held by Ami Omar Dadon, 1:18.94, and this is certainly a race in which the world record might be looked at by a couple of the competitors, including the world record holder himself. He goes in lane 4. Suzuki Takayuki, the gold medalist from Tokyo, goes in lane 5. Luigi Beggiato, the silver medalist, goes in lane 2. But let's meet the finalists. Tokyo bronze medalist Roman Zhdanov, neutral Paralympic athlete, a 2019 world champion, bronze medalist at the European Championships earlier this year, goes in lane 8. Going in lane 1 is Federico Cristiani, the 19-year-old. His Paralympic Games debut, silver at the European Championships in April. Well, you know that his wife Emma and 2 children are watching. Cameron Leslie, the 34-year-old New Zealand legend, not only in para-swimming but in wheelchair rugby as well. The 2022 world champion, 3-time Paralympic Games gold medalist, all in the 150 IM. Going in lane 2 is Italy's Luigi Beggiato, the 26-year-old, was Tokyo silver medalist, 5th at the last World Championships, but he's a 3-time Paralympic Games medalist, never gold. He would like to change that in this race. Now here's a competitor who could certainly cause an upset. Sebastian Masabi, 19-year-old, 4th at the European Championships as part of his Paris 2024 preparations, but he looked supremely good in the heats. Angel Camacho, 4th in Tokyo, the 19-year-old, 4th at the last World Championships after bronze in 2022. He swam beautifully at the Pan American Games in Santiago, looking to snatch a medal. Going in lane 5 is Japan's Suzuki Takayuki, gold medalist in Tokyo and already a champion in the 50-meter breaststroke SB3 here in Paris. The Asian Para Games gold medalist goes in 5. Alongside him, though, going in lane 4 is the 23-year-old Amiomer Dadon, Paralympic Games record in the heats. He's the reigning world champion in 4 events, including this one, and he is the world record holder in this event. He swam 1:19.33 to set a new Paralympic record in the heats, but a 1:18.94 is not far off the mark he set in the preliminaries.
No, and I think Dadon, if he wants to challenge the world record, he needs to go out in 38 high. That's what he went out this morning, but he got a little tired on the way back and was able to break the Paralympic record, but not the world record. And you know he wants to set the world record tonight.
Somebody who's looking to claim gold again and not relinquish the gold that he won in Tokyo. Suzuki Takayuki wants to remain champion of the Paralympic Games in the men's 100-meter freestyle S4. And he started phenomenally with gold in the 50 breast. Dadon among those who starts in the pool, and he gets off to a frantic start. His arm speed is incredible, and he gets such a great pull through the water. Masabi's going off really well for Canada. Camacho is looking strong for Mexico in the early stages. Suzuki is way behind at the moment of Dadon, Masabi, and Camacho.
Dadon's doing exactly what we thought he was going to do. He likes to go out hard. He likes to set the pace for everyone. And here he is approaching the backstroke flags, coming into the first wall. It's really important that he goes out hard and he's able to close and come home. 37.82 under world record pace.
That is definitely world record pace. Watch out for Cameron Leslie as well, who really built over the last 25 meters of the opening 25. Cameron Leslie is looking for a medal in this event. He's only ever medaled at the Paralympic Games in the 150 IM. But you've got to watch Dadon and watch the clock. He's getting so much water every time he pulls, but he is slowing just a little, and he's falling a little behind pace of world record. He touched in 37 high, which is well ahead of world record pace, and maybe just put in a little too much. But who's going to claim the silver medal here? Suzuki is coming back very nicely indeed, and Camacho looks strong for bronze, but Dadon takes gold. It is Suzuki and Camacho who find themselves on the podium as Leslie misses out. And Masabi touches 5th. Fast closing from Cristiani as well, and an exciting finish. But Dadon is champion, well outside his best at 1:20.25. Just can't believe the speed he took it out in.
Yeah. I think here's the start here. You see, Dadon can't quite get a grip, and so his assister holds him in place so he doesn't start going down. Dadon went out so fast. He went out in a 37. He might have actually overswam that first 50 of the 100. And here he is Coming into the end of the first 50 meters, he is ahead of everyone else. You see, he can't really keep his head still. It's kind of thrashing. But what he does is he compensates that with such a fast arm speed. And here coming home, even though he's way ahead of everyone else, because he kind of overswam that first 50 a little bit, the other people in this heat are closing in on him. You start to see him lose the world record line. But it doesn't really matter what his time was at the end of the day because he got his hand on the wall first and came out with that gold medal with the 1:20.25, and he is super happy about that.
Absolutely delighted. Dadon, #1 in the pool. He set his Paralympic record in the heats, but he's got his gold medal in the final. Dadon takes gold, 1:20.25 ahead of Suzuki Takayuki, who is defending champion, and Angel Camacho earns the first Paralympic Games medal. It's bronze in the 100 freestyle S4. Cristiani Masabic, Danolf Leslie, and Beggiato. Now to the final of the men's 200-meter individual medley, SM6. Yang Hong, the world record holder, 2:37.53. Nelson Crispin is the Paralympic record holder, 2:38.12. This is the second event of the evening in the pool for Guo Juncheng. SM5 swimmer who goes up against SM6 swimmers. Let's introduce the finalists for you. Two of the three Gutierrez brothers are in this final. Raul Gutierrez, the oldest at 24, goes in lane 8, 6th at the World Championships last year and 4th at the Pan American Games. Guo Juncheng, the 23-year-old who was world champion in the SM5 classification, set a Paralympic Games record in the heats. Going for China in lane 7, 5th in both Rio and Tokyo, Wang Jingang, the 33-year-old 29 World Championship silver medalist, 3-time Paralympic Games medalist, and silver at the Asian Para Games. Jesus Gutierrez goes for Mexico in lane 2. He's the youngest of the Gutierrez brothers at just 17. He was silver medalist in the World Championships last year, his first World Championship medal, bronze at the Pan American Games as well. Bruce D, the 17-year-old representing Great Britain, goes in lane 6, silver at the European Championships. And a man who's represented Great Britain in bocce, in badminton, in basketball, and in football as well. Taliesin Glock, Rio bronze medalist who finished 6th in Tokyo. Taliesin Glock, the 29-year-old, silver at the Pan American Games. He was DQ'd in the heats, but later reinstated. Going in lane 5 is Nelson Crispin, the gold medalist in Tokyo. He's the reigning world champion. He's the reigning Pan American Games champion. The 32-year-old goes as among the favorites, certainly. But the world record holder goes in lane 4. He finished 4th in Tokyo, and my word, how proficient he's been in this event since then. He's got an incredibly quick backstroke. He's a wonderful breaststroker. The Asian Pan Games gold medalist in world record time, 2:37.53 in Hangzhou. This is one of those where it could go a few different ways, but there are so many athletes that can put their hands up for a place on the podium here.
Yeah, I agree. And what it's going to come down to is the usual, the breaststroke and the freestyle. I do think Crispin is going to go out hard in the fly, but then where he starts to lose it to Glock and to Hong Yang is really in the back half of the race.
So Crispin will go in lane 5, the Tokyo gold medalist, the world record holder. Yang goes in lane 4. Glock of Brazil who's got an extraordinary start and a wonderful freestyle coming home, goes in 3. Guo Chin-chung gets off to a glorious start. Somebody who is possibly his weakest stroke is breaststroke, but he's been working on improving that. Picked up silver in the breaststroke at the Asian Para Games in Hangzhou, but taking it out really hard is Wang Jing'an, the man who finished 5th in Rio. But the back end of the race maybe not quite so strong for the Chinese swimmer. It is Crispin, though, who is 2nd and now looking to push into 1st. He and Guo look to be coming to the wall similar time. Wang, Guo just behind Crispin, who leads through the opening 50. It's fly, then into backstroke, then into breaststroke, and then finishing with the front crawl.
Right, and we expect Crispin to take it out hard. That fly, probably his best stroke of the IM. He went out in 31, a little bit faster than he did this morning. But look right now, this is not really what we would have expected, because Wang is hanging in there still in the backstroke.
Well, it's the breaststroke where things might begin to unravel a little for the Chinese swimmer, but Crispin is looking strong, and so too is Yang Hong. Now, Yang Hong went out fairly quickly in sub-34. If he can put in a backstroke of under 40 seconds, he might just be on world record pace. So Yang Hong, 40.74, so he's just about there and thereabouts. Now this is where Crispin should come into his own, where Glock might have a little bit of room, but certainly where Yang is looking to get back into contention for the gold medal. At the moment, though, it is Wang, Yang and Crispin who are the top 3.
And now Wang faded to the back. Crispin and Yang blew right past him. The battle for the gold medal is on. Glock trying to make a move. He's really more in kind of battling for 3rd, 4th. Bruce D also trying to come up for that bronze medal position. Now they go into the turn for home.
Well, we're just about not exactly on world record pace, but if Yang Hong can fly home in the front crawl, he's certainly on for at least a Paralympic record. Nelson Crispin is battling in the freestyle, but this is glorious from Yang Hong. And certainly the battle is developing between these two. 25 meters to go, and Crispin is looking to close fast. Yang Hong is increasing his stroke rate, but that might mean that he's tiring himself in the process as well. Glock is coming back at both of them. They're still ahead of world record pace, but is it going to be Yang Hong who holds on for the gold medal, or Crispin to outtouch him at the wall? It's going to be Yang Hong in world record time. He smashes his own world record. Crispin takes silver, and Glock on the podium with a fine bronze. What a comeback from the Brazilian. What a swim from Crispin to fight as he did. But what resilience from Yang to hold on for the gold medal when he was clearly tiring in the closing freestyle. World record 27.31. Takes 0.22 of a second off his own world record. What a swim. Yang is congratulated by Glock, and indeed by Crispin.
And this is why I love watching the medley, because every single stroke, it changes to somebody else. Wang here went out really fast. You can't even see him on his screen, he went out so fast. Crispin had an excellent first 50 of the race, but he was not even in first for most of the 50. But then you have Yang with that unbelievable breaststroke. It was in the breaststroke where he made his move. This is exactly what we were expecting. And then he went into the freestyle leg, and he started to tire a little bit. You could see it. He was ahead of that world record. That world record line is chasing him, but he gets his hand on just in time to smash it with 2:37.31. What a swim. And again, you have to give it to Glock and to Crispin. What gutsy swims for both of them. Very, very fast final.
Glock closed in 34 seconds. That final 50 free in 34 seconds. To give you an idea of just how much ground he made up and just how much time he was able to eat into the lead of both Crispin and Yang. Oh, what a moment. The world record, once again his, but adding to his Asia Para Games gold, with Paralympic Games gold after being 4th in Tokyo. 2:37.31. Yang Hong in world record time is champion in the 200 IM SM6 ahead of Nelson Crispin. Taliesin Glock on the podium with bronze ahead of Bruce D. This is the final of the women's 200-meter individual medley SM6. World record held by Maisie Summers-Newton of Great Britain. 2:55.07. These are the finalists. Schott, Harvey, Summers-Newton, Marks, Liu, Zhu, and Zippert-Vitut, who goes in lane 8. The 18-year-old from Kaunas, more of a backstroker, but made the European Championships final in this event. And this ultimately is her dream, a Paralympic Games final. London silver medalist, Tokyo bronze medalist Verena Schott, 35-year-old, silver at both the 2023 World Championships and the 2024 European Championships. Zhu Ji, the 19-year-old, silver medalist at the Asian Para Games, very strong in the backstroke and the freestyle. Chuk Young, Jasmine to some, just 14 years old, super breaststroker, and somebody who's already a World Championship silver medalist in the 100 breast. Liu Daomin goes for China in lane 6, the 25-year-old who was Para Games champion in Asia last year. Grace Harvey represents Great Britain and goes in lane 3. She was 6th in Tokyo, but she's come some way in this event since then. The 26-year-old World Championship silver medalist 2 years ago. Ellie Marks was 4th in Tokyo. You know she is looking for a place on the podium here, and she really wants gold. Silver medalist in the 50 free already here in Paris, and a bronze medalist at the last World Championships. But the gold medalist, defending champion, 3-time reigning world champion, reigning European champion, world record holder is 22-year-old Maisie Summers-Newton from Great Britain. She goes as favourite in lane 4. Well, she's got every title that you could imagine in this sport, and she's looking to once again convert an opportunity at the Paralympic Games. Ellie Marks will have her say in this final.
She will, and Ellie Marks is going to be faster in the butterfly. She's going to be way ahead, I think, at the 50. And then Maisie Summers-Newton has to turn it on in the breaststroke. That's where that's her strength.
Yeah, her breaststroke is so good. That's what makes her very difficult to beat.
Yes.
And when I say so good, in the heats, for example, she was swimming about 8 seconds faster than any other swimmer over the breaststroke leg, which gives you an indication of her dominance in that stroke and how much of an advantage she creates for herself in the women's 200 IM SM6. So this an event that starts with butterfly, then into backstroke, then into breaststroke, a finish with a front crawl. 50 meters of each of the 4 strokes for these swimmers.
Take your marks.
That's a wonderful start for Maisie Summers-Newton, the 22-year-old, getting off to a rollicking start. At the moment, Liu Daomin leading the way, but Ellie Marks, once she gets into her stroke, should be the best swimmer in the butterfly leg of this race. And she will likely challenge Summers-Newton in the backstroke as well, but it's in the breaststroke where things might change for Summers-Newton. And Marks perhaps a little quicker in the front crawl coming home. Liu Daomin is still up there and thereabouts. Grace Harvey with a fine breaststroke as well, currently in 3rd.
You know, we talked about Elizabeth Marks having the best butterfly, but right now, coming to the wall first is Maisie Summers-Newton.
Showing us all up. Maisie Summers-Newton, into the backstroke she goes, and this is where Ellie Marks will be looking to gain some advantage if she can't it's effectively game over, you would have to imagine.
At the breaststroke. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I love how Macy Summers Newton looks right now. Her arms are going really, really quickly because Elizabeth Marks has the longer pull. She can pull more water. She's more efficient. But Macy Summers Newton, she's got to keep up that fast stroke rate. And right now, Elizabeth Marks should be very worried because if they are even or really within a body length at the wall, Macy Summers Newton is going to take off during the breaststroke.
Well, Macy Summers Newton is going to be pushing in the breaststroke leg, you imagine. It is going to be Ellie Marks leading through the 100. She touches now and turns. And while she's got an advantage off the wall here, leading effectively by a body length, we are going to see Macy Summers Newton come into her own here. She is a prodigious breaststroker and already through the opening 15 meters has made up that body length, the Marks. Liu Daomin is going strong in the breaststroke, and this is where Grace Harvey might come into the reckoning once again for a medal place. Ellie Marks looking to hold on, but Summers Newton is pushing.
Yep, exactly. Macy Summers Newton. Now what you'll see, she already has a fast stroke rate, but she doesn't breathe every single stroke. You see, she takes 2 strokes and then she lifts her head up, and that allows her to go even faster if you can possibly imagine it. And now she's extended her length. She's way ahead of Ellie Marks. Ellie Marks now sitting in the 3rd position. Liu Daomin has passed her for 2nd place right now.
Well, we're just about on world record pace as well for Macy Summers Newton. It's Marks who turns 3rd and will be challenging in the freestyle coming home. But Liu Daomin is 2nd at the moment and looking to hold off Marks of USA. Summers Newton, 25 meters to go in the pool. This is also a fantastic swim from Grace Harvey, looking to get herself back into the medals. Ellie Marks is clawing back at the water to reel in Liu Daomin, but making a break for the wall is Macy Summers Newton, the 22-year-old, looking to hit the wall in world record time. It's going to be just outside that. Summers Newton, though, claims gold again in 2:56.90. Marks has reeled in Liu, who might just touch for bronze. Indeed does. It is Summers Newton ahead of Marks, ahead of Liu in the women's 200-meter individual medley SM6. 4th for Grace Harvey, 5th for Zhu, 6th for Ng, and Verena Schott touches 7th. Defending her title so brilliantly.
Macy Summers Newton looks relieved that that's over. She looks relieved. What a swim for her, really. From start to finish, she went out really fast during the butterfly. That's usually where Ellie Marks dominates. But this time, Macy Summers Newton was able to hang with her.
So Macy Summers Newton, 42.5 in the 50 coming home as Gabriel Tsepavichuta of Lithuania makes her way to the wall. Touches in 3:47. Summers Newton, champion again in the women's 200-meter individual medley SM6.
Macy Summers Newton flies off the block. Elizabeth Marks under a little bit longer. And here's where she goes. Ellie not breathing every single stroke. But Macy Summers Newton, what a fantastic butterfly leg for her. Really staying with Ellie Marks the best that she can throughout this fly. Grace Harvey there, also a very strong butterflyer here in this IM. But it was in the breaststroke where Macy Summers Newton made her mark. Here, she is way ahead of Ellie Marks at this point. It's her breaststroke that is so dominant. She's so much faster than everyone else in this heat. And she doesn't breathe every stroke. Here she takes 1, 2, and then head comes up. And then she comes back in the freestyle.
Well, what that means as well is that Great Britain sit atop the medal standings in the pool so far through Paris 2024 into the 2nd day of competition. A 4th gold medal. It's a 2nd of the session as well for Great Britain. Summers Newton after Tully Kearney's gold. Ellie Marks with a 2nd silver at Paris 2024 after silver in the 50 free. Closed well, caught Liu Daomin, reeled in the Chinese competitor. But the two embrace after a frantic finish for Ellie Marks against Liu Daomin. But it was a dominant win for Macy Summers Newton. 2:56.90. Ellie Marks finishes with silver and Liu Daomin with bronze. Grace Harvey just off the podium. And the 14-year-old Chuk Yan of Hong Kong, China finishes 6th in 3:11.95. Showed a brilliant breaststroke leg as well. This is the victory ceremony for the men's 100-meter freestyle S5. The medalists making their way out. Guo Jincheng, in the first of 3 events that he will swim in this session alone on the podium. President of the International Paralympic Committee, Andrew Parsons, will present the medals, and he's accompanied by Craig Nicholson, the head of World Paraswimming. Kirill Pulver was always expected to be in the medals, and he didn't disappoint, although he qualified quickest from the heats and went significantly faster in the final. 109.41, we'll only see him finish 3rd. Adds to his silver in the 200-meter freestyle with bronze in the 100-meter freestyle S5. Guo Jincheng, the 23-year-old, went 1:14 in the preliminaries. Didn't have the best lane draw, but my word, did he make full use of his time in the pool. A 1:08.22 to finish in silver medal position in a race that he led for the longest time. For a good 95 meters of the 100 freestyle, he was in front. Representing Ukraine is Alexander Komarov. He won bronze in the 200-meter freestyle, but he worked as hard as he possibly could, clawing at the water, pulling until the very last meter, overhauling Guo Jincheng just in the nick of time to set a new Paralympic record as well, a 1:07.77, and claim a remarkable victory. The world champion is now the Paralympic Games champion. The medalists in the men's 100-meter freestyle S5. Gold to Alexander Komorov, silver to Guo Juncheng, and Kirill Pulver with bronze. This is the victory ceremony for the women's 100-meter freestyle S5. The medalists in the women's 100-meter freestyle S5. Medalists from Great Britain, Ukraine, and Italy.
Les médailles seront remises par Monsieur Andrew Parsons, président du Comité international paralympique.
Andrew Parsons, the IPC president, will present the medals, and Craig Nicholson, the head of World Para Swimming, will accompany him. It's a 9th medal in the pool for Italy through just 17 events at Paris 2024. Monica Buccioni, bronze medalist in Tokyo, is bronze medalist again. Touched fourth at the 50 and earned her bronze medal in the back end of the race. So 1:21.74 for Buccioni. Two events, two silver medals for Irina Poida, who led through the opening 50 of this 100-meter freestyle S5 final. Took it out hard, challenged Tully Kearney in the opening 50. Lost a little at the turn, but was able to challenge right the way through the opening 50. Finishing with a 1:17.37 and the second silver in Paris for the Ukrainian. Tully Kearney wanted to do the 100-200 freestyle double in Tokyo. She was out-touched in the 200 in Tokyo. That denied her that dream. 3 years on, she finds herself fulfilling that dream. After gold in the 200 free, she has her second gold medal of these games, and she's done the double. A 1:15.10. Matched by Poida through the opening 50. She showed her strength and closing speed with a sublime swim home to take the gold medal emphatically.
Ladies and gentlemen,
The medalists in the women's 100-meter freestyle S5, Tully Kearney has gold, Irina Poida silver, and Monica Boccioni with bronze. This is the victory ceremony for the men's 100-meter freestyle S4.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du 100 mètres nage libre homme S4.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for men 100 meters freestyle S4.
The medalists in the men's 100-meter freestyle S4. In a celebratory mood, and why not, is Amine Wadadon. Mexico and Japan also on the podium.
Les médailles seront remises par Monsieur Julio César, président du comité paralympique des Amériques.
President of the Americas Paralympic Committee, Julio César Avila, will present the medals, and he's accompanied by Craig Nicholson, the head of World Paraswimming.
Médaille de bronze, représentant
He's been on the podium before, never in the freestyle though. Angel Camacho, 4th at the World Championships, 4th in Tokyo. He's now on the podium with bronze at the Paralympic Games. Got off to a blistering start. Looked to lead the way in the early stage of the race. He swam a strong enough back end to edge out swimmers, including silver medalist from Tokyo, Luigi Beggiato. Still a teenager. Angel Camacho can celebrate this achievement. He now has a dozen Paralympic Games medals, does Suzuki Takayuki. It's not gold as it was in Tokyo. Well, the man who already has gold in the 50-meter breaststroke in Paris has silver now. He started very measured and was well behind the eventual winner at the turn. But he came home strong and passed some very accomplished swimmers to take the silver medal. 1:21.71 is time. Amir Merdadon, the world record holder, who sets a Paralympic record in the heats, got himself in front and would not relinquish that. Although Suzuki was closing in the final stages, he had built up what proved to be an unassailable lead and touched a 1.5 seconds clear of the silver medalist. 1:20.25 his winning time. And Dadon has gold for the first time in Paris, but for the 3rd time in his career after 50 and 200 freestyle golds in Tokyo. He's now got the 100 freestyle gold as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able, the anthem of Israel.
Medalist in the men's 100-meter freestyle is for Amir Merdadon, takes gold ahead of Suzuki Takayuki with silver. Angel Camacho has bronze for Mexico. The men's 400-meter freestyle S11 final is next on the program. The world record holder, the great John Morgan, it stood for 32 years, since 1992, with his gold in Barcelona in this event. 2 from China, 2 from Ukraine, Japan, Netherlands, Czechia, and Portugal also represented in this final. And this is the first opportunity to catch Rogier Dorsman of Netherlands, who will go in lane 4 as the favourite and as the defending champion. The now 25-year-old has cut out some of the sillier mistakes he's made earlier in his career. And he's somebody who's got the ability to claim gold yet again in this event. Let's introduce the finalists in the men's 400-meter freestyle S11. This is one of the 2 straight-to-final events that we have on the schedule. So no heats, no qualifiers. There are only 8 competitors, and they swim directly against one another in the final. Going in lane 8 is Chang Bowen, the 24-year-old Asian Paragames bronze medalist who inspired to take up the sport after stories of young Bozun's heroics, the 16-time Paralympic Games medalist. Going in lane 1 is Mihailo Serbin of Ukraine, 4th in Tokyo. He's only 20, the 22 World Championship silver medalist. He was the youngest Ukrainian from any sport to win a medal in Tokyo when he won gold in the 100 back as a 17-year-old. Marco Menezes of Portugal goes in lane 7, the 23-year-old, 4th at the World Championships 2 years ago, 4th at the 2024 European Champs as well. Going for Ukraine in lane 2 is Danilo Chufarov, the 35-year-old. He won silvers in 2008 and 2012 in the 400 free S13 classification, bronze at the European Championships earlier this year. Hua Dongdong, the Tokyo bronze medalist, the 25-year-old, another one of the swimmers who is inspired by the great young Bozun, 5-time Paralympic Games champion, but Asian Paragames silver medalist and World Championships bronze medalist. Tomita Uchu represents Japan and goes in lane 3. He won silver in Tokyo, the man from Kumamoto, 3-time Paralympic Games medalist, but never gold. And he changed that here. The Asian Paragames champion. Now, this is a man who has, I don't want to say come from nowhere, but over the last year, let's say he has certainly developed in rather imperious fashion. David Kratochvil goes for Czechia in lane 5. But going in lane 4 is Rogier Dorsman, the defending champion, 3-time Paralympic Games gold medalist in Tokyo. The 25-year-old was world champion twice as well. Silver this last year, though. But David Kratochvil, the 16-year-old, he was swimming 451s in 2022. He's improved his time by over 20-odd seconds in 2 years. And is the reigning world champion. It's been a remarkable upswing for Kratochvil. Japan's Tomita Uchu. He goes in lane 3. He'll be looking to add to his medal tally from this event at the Paralympic Games. Excited?
Very. I mean, what's hard for this event is that these swimmers didn't have a preliminary session. Also, usually the prelims are good to get out the bunks, the bugs, the kinks, you know, your nerves a little bit. And so these guys are going straight to finals. That's hard. You don't know who's going to come out of nowhere. You don't know how you're going to feel in the water. They obviously had warm up, but it's not the same as the big race.
Challenges articulated by Deb Gruen in straight to final events. There are two in the program. This is the first of them, the men's 400-meter freestyle S11. Dorsman goes in 4, Kratochvil in 5. The swimmer from Czechia off to a slightly more measured start than Dorsman, but Dorsman will settle into his stroke, you feel. Hua Dongdong likes to go out hard, and one wonders if he is going to be leading in the earlier stages of this race, if he's going to try to push in the opening 50 to 100 meters, as he is wont to do. And these swimmers, S11 classification, these are for swimmers who have the most severe visual impairments. Every single one of these swimmers, though, does swim with blackened out goggles, so they can see nothing.
Including each other. That's a really big factor in this race, because these swimmers, well, they can maybe feel a little bit of the splash. They don't know which position they're in at any given time, so they don't know, oh, I have to go a little bit faster at the end in order to catch up. It's extremely important to swim your own race. You need to know your strengths and your weaknesses. Right now, Hua Dongdong looks very good heading into the first wall. But as we'll talk about a little bit more as we get into this race, for this particular classification, the key is efficiency. It's swimming in a straight line, because if you start zigzagging throughout the lane, you're going to easily add on another 100 meters, and every single meter counts. Obviously, the longer you swim, the more time that it takes.
Well, that's one of the areas that Dorsman has been guilty of in the past. We've also seen him missing turns. That's something that he's looked to cut out of his swimming, but he's still looking really strong going in lane 4. It's Hua who still leads the way, but only just from Dorsman. Kratochvil is still very much in the mix.
What a turn from Dorsman. Dorsman now took it into the lead. Dorsman, it's extremely important, though, that he hugs the lane without getting tangled in the lane. And again, as we had noted before, these swimmers don't know where they are. So Dorsman doesn't know, for example, that he just took the first position away from the other two swimmers, and that they're snapping right at his waist and his feet coming into this this turn.
But he really goes hard into the turns, does Dorsman. And he looks to build some momentum off the wall. Again, a great turn from Dorsman. He's 1.5 seconds ahead of Kratochvil, and Hua enjoys taking the race out harder, but then tends to be I don't want to say a little tired, but it shows in the back end, shall we say. Dorsman, though, grows into his race.
He really does, and the 400 is the longest event that you have at the Paralympics, and in this classification, 400 meters freestyle. So every single 100, some swimmers like to build it, some swimmers like to go out really fast. Dorsman, he is very controlled, so he didn't take it out too fast. He didn't overswim the first 200. Now really getting into his race. You see how measured he is, not panicking or anything. And right now what he's doing is every single 50, he's extending that lead a little bit more. And from training, he knows his pace, he knows how the water feels, he knows where to stay in the lane. He looks great.
And this is where Kratochvil is going to up his pace.
Yep.
And he's looking to close in on Dorsman here. But this is where Kratochvil will know he needs to up his pace in the closing stages. He's got some great closing speed, does the young swimmer from Czechia. And he's very capable of going 4:30 odd in this race.
But don't count out Dorsman. He's a very experienced 400-meter freestyler. But here comes Kratochvil putting on the legs right at the end. It is a battle between the two of them.
So Kratochvil at the moment hugging the lane rope on his right. Dorsman a little closer to the lane rope on his left. But Kratochvil, with that higher kick rate, he's just intensified the swimming. The stroke rate is looking really strong from the swimmer from Czechia, who have yet to medal and find a gold medal at these games, I should say. Kratochvil good off the wall, Dorsman too, but Kratochvil at the moment looks to be leading by some margin. Now Hua, who was looking for a bronze medal perhaps, has seen Tomita go into third, and Tomita Uchu enjoys closing quickly. At the moment, he's closing with a kind of speed that might even see him catch Dorsman. This is a little unlike Roger Dorsman that we've seen, but this is a lot like Kratochvil in what we've seen from this youngster in recent times. He's going to take gold, and rather emphatically in the race. Kratochvil of Czechia is on top of the men's 400-meter freestyle S11. Dorsman takes silver, and Tomita with the bronze medal. That was some swim from the teenager. Coming home in 33s. Dorsman, 35s. Well, he's absolutely exerted himself, but he can delight in his achievement. Chung Bo-wen is still in the pool and making his way to the wall now. Touches in 5:22.77, outside his best. But Kratochvil is champion of the men's 400-meter freestyle S11. He's beaten the Tokyo gold medalist Dorsman into silver.
And I will say that was kind of a surprising swim from Dorsman, who had just been 4:26.57 in Portugal in 2024, so not that long ago. And you see, at the beginning, Hua Dongdong was the one who really took this 400 free out hard. Maybe a little bit too hard, because he wasn't able to stay with the other swimmers throughout the race. And it's so important that you swim your own race here. And here's Kratochvil. This is one of the final turns. He goes in, and he really turned on his legs during this last 50 meters and blew way past Dorsman, who just faded to the silver medal position.
A couple of 33s to finish from the swimmer from Czechia. He knew he needed to up the tempo. And indeed, he's done precisely that. We're just waiting for the official results. And the official results now. Kratochvil takes gold ahead of Dorsman, with Tomita in bronze medal position, now touching Hua. Dorsman was the revelation of Tokyo. This man might be the revelation of Paris in the S11 classification. This is the final of the women's 400-meter freestyle S11. Anastasia Pagodas, the world record holder, will go in this final on her way to winning gold in world record time, 4:54.49. And this is set to be a grand battle between a handful of these finalists, including Lukyanenko, Pagonis and Bruinsma. Going in lane 8 for Great Britain is Eliza Humphrey, the 19-year-old who was 8th at the World Championships 2 years ago, bronze medalist at the 2024 European Championships, somebody who plays a number of instruments, including the piano and the saxophone. 5th in Tokyo was Matilda Alcazar, the 28-year-old Pan American Games gold medalist and former 100-meter freestyle world champion, goes in lane 1. Alongside her twin sister, who goes in lane 8, is Scarlett Humphrey, who goes in lane 7. 4th and 5th at the last 2 world championships. Her inspiration, her role model in the same race, Lisette Bruinsma. 6th in Rio, the Tokyo bronze medalist is Tsai Li Wen, 25-year-old, 2023 World Championship silver medalist, silver at the Asian Para Games in Hangzhou. Representing China and going in lane 6 is 25-year-old Chang Xiaotong, the former 400-meter freestyle silver medalist at the World Championships. She won the Asian Para Games title Rio gold medalist, Tokyo silver medalist, two-time and reigning world champion, European champion as well, who shot to prominence as a 15-year-old when she won in Rio. Lisette Bruinsma goes in 3 for Netherlands. Daria Lukyanenko goes in lane 5, the 22-year-old. Hasn't swum this event at a major international competition since Tokyo, but has gone 4:51. Anastasia Pagonis, gold in world record time in Tokyo. The 2022 world champion makes quite an entrance. Loves a guide dog radar. That's somebody who, more importantly, uses social media to educate, to inform people about parasport, about people with visual impairment. And she's shouldered a lot of responsibility in awareness and inclusion. The Humphrey twins, Scarlett and Eliza, alongside one another. So the final of the women's 400-meter freestyle S11. Underway at the women's 400-meter freestyle S11 final. And while Tylee Wen gets off to a traditionally fast start, she's got a wonderful, wonderful explosion off the blocks. It is Bruinsma who's getting into her stroke really quickly, and Pagonis as well alongside her. Lukyanenko is going to be quick, but these are swimmers that are going to be swimming their own race. And again, to remind you, this is for swimmers with the most severe visual impairment, and because they wear black and dark goggles, even those with very limited vision can see nothing during this race. That's why they have tappers at the end of the pool on either end. They will tap the swimmers on their heads or on their back as they approach the wall so that they know they're turning or coming up to the finishing wall. It's Bruinsma who is leading the way through the opening 75-odd meters of this women's 400-meter freestyle S11 final. And Deb, you've got to say that it's perhaps going to be a bit of a battle between Bruinsma, Pagonis and Lukyanenko in this race, you would imagine. I
agree. I mean, Bruinsma got out to a great start, but the key to the 400-meter freestyle, which is 8 lengths of the pool, is to swim in a straight line and to be efficient. Because Bruinsma has a tendency to zigzag, whereas Pagonis is a more straight line swimmer. She likes to hug that lane line, and the more you can stay hugging but not getting tangled in the lane line is the key. And Bruinsma, there was that huge upset in Tokyo where Pagonis kind of came out of nowhere, knocked Bruinsma off the gold medal position, and now Bruinsma, it does seem like she's trying to take back her gold.
She's certainly swimming rather quickly in the opening 150 meters of this 400-meter freestyle, but she's experienced enough to know what pace she can handle and what is going to suit her in this situation. She is hugging the lane rope a little more than she was in the preliminaries, where she was, as you say, zigzagging across the lane. Pagonis, though, is characteristically swimming alongside the lane rope. Lukyanenko is only just half a body length behind Pagonis at the moment, but holding on to Pagonis, Lukyanenko is Zhang, who might even be in second position at the moment as Bruinsma continues to lead the way.
Yeah, and this is a much closer race than we've seen historically in this event. Bruinsma out way ahead, Zhang in second, Pagonis actually in fourth, and Lukyanenko in third. Here they are finishing. This is the halfway mark, so another 200 meters to go. Anything could happen, really, during the second half of the race.
Well, anything can happen. That's part of the magic of this sport. In the closing stages, Zhang is increasing her stroke rate here, and she's getting a little quicker. She went 38 in the previous 50. She's just gone 37 for that last 50. Bruinsma, by contrast, has gone 38.38 for that last 50. And Zhang is looking to close in on Bruinsma.
Zhang is really coming up hard here, but Brensma is swimming a beautiful race right now. You know, Brensma, even as you noted earlier, during the preliminary heat, she was zigzagging. Right now, she looks pretty straight, and she's got to keep hugging that lane line without starting to zigzag because it adds so many additional meters. Pagonis now in fourth, Lukyanenko still holding on for third.
Well, if any swimmer is going to make a move and really speed up in the closing stages, we're going to see it happening very shortly, around about the 300-meter mark. Brainsma showing strength in the pool, but Zhang in the stroke at the moment is increasing her stroke rate, and she's found an extra gear, so to speak, and she's found herself at the 300-meter mark nearly level with Brainsma. Pagonis and Lukyanenko, meanwhile, are having a phenomenal battle alongside one another, and they're swimming just on opposite sides of the lane rope, and they might be able to feel quite a bit of the splash from the other swimmer, not necessarily knowing where they are in relation to the other swimmers, but they'll feel that they're close enough to one another to know they've got to go.
Not at all. And Pagonis now starting to inch up on Lukyanenko. However, Lukyanenko, remember, during the prelims, she was able to run down Brensma just ahead of her, so she does have closing speed.
Now, what can Brainsma do in the closing 50? She gets to the wall. Is it going to be a good turn? It is. Zhang still in second position. It's Lukyanenko just ahead of Pagonis. The defending champion and world record holder Pagonis currently out of the medals. Brainsma is leading the way. Zhang is keeping a very, very frenetic stroke rate. Lukyanenko is upping it too, and all the swimmers have upped their kick rate significantly over the last 75-odd meters. It's Brainsma in a commanding position at the moment. The Rio gold medalist, the Tokyo silver medalist, is looking for gold in Paris 2024. Lisette Brainsma of the Netherlands is going to come to the wall outside of 5 minutes, but a gold medal for the Dutch swimmer. Zhang with a superb silver, and Lukyanenko denies Pagonis a place on the podium. It's an upset in terms of Zhang's performance, but not an upset that Brainsma was able to win. The Dutch swimmer is back on top.
Look at this celebration. Do you realize how happy she is? She got denied a gold medal in Tokyo. Pagonis came out of nowhere, shocked the entire world, and here is Brensma. She's back.
She is back. A wonderful victory for the Dutch swimmer, a superb silver for Zhang. And Daria Lukyanenko denying Pagonis a place on the podium. That is some story. Just outside 5 minutes for Brainsma. Well, the swimmers will have their goggles inspected as they exit the pool. Well, that is a mere formality, and then the official results will be out. But Brainsma celebrating this gold.
Brensma got off to a great start here. She pops up pretty quickly, but she went out with such speed in the beginning, and she was able to hold on. And the key here is that she wasn't zigzagging. She really swam a straight line throughout this entire race. Normally, it's Pagonis who has the most efficient, the most straight race, but right now, Brensma went out first, and she was able to hold on, and nobody else was really able to catch her. Zhang tried to make a move, but it wasn't enough. And here's Brensma. What a quick and powerful turn. And then she comes back, and really at the end, she was by herself. She had that clean water on either side of her. And you see how she extends her hands. She has such a feel for the water, but she has to be careful not to run into the lane rope because she can really get tangled in that. And here's the final tap coming into the wall first. Zhang with the second, and Lukyanenko in bronze.
How happy is Lisette Brainsma? Absolutely delighted. Well, the anguish of Tokyo is all forgotten now. Brainsma with gold. Zhang Xiaotong takes a superb silver, genuinely, and Daria Lukyanenko with a fine bronze keeps Pagonis, the champion in Tokyo, off the podium. Tsai Li Wen, 5th. Scarlett Humphrey, 6th. Her twin sister Eliza, 8th. Matilda Alcazar of Mexico, 5:35.54 to finish 7th.
You haven't already tuned into the Olympic Quality Services available in the Paris 2024 app. We're going to as well, testing your wonderful faces to get yourself ready. Attention for you on the screen.
Alors, on va prendre quelques photos de vous sur les écrans. Ah non, vraiment pas. On change d'un autre programme, c'est pas grave.
This is the victory ceremony for the men's 200-meter individual medley SM6.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de la médaille de 200 mètres nage homme SM6.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony goes to
The medalists in the men's 200 IM, SM6, from China, Colombia and Brazil.
Les médailles seront remises par Monsieur Yanis Exarchos, directeur général des services de diffusion olympique.
Chief Executive Officer,
The CEO of Olympic Broadcasting Services, Yanis Exarchos, will present the medals, and he's accompanied by
Monsieur John Lisco, directeur
John Lisco, the Managing Director of IPC Media Rights. Alison Glock on the podium again in this event. 8 years ago in Rio, he was bronze medalist in front of his home crowd. Now, as a 29-year-old, a very mature swimmer, he's on the podium again. Sub 34 seconds. His closing 50. They got him from out of the medals by some way to right back onto the podium. A brilliant finish from Alison Glock. And he's the bronze medalist. Nelson Crispin becomes the most decorated Colombian Paralympic athlete of all time. It's his 8th medal at the Paralympic Games. The reigning world champion, the Pan American Games champion, the Tokyo gold medalist does not have gold again. Instead, he has silver in a hard-fought race. It needed a world record to beat him, and indeed, that was achieved. Crispin, 2:38.04 with his 8th Paralympic Games medal.
Médaille d'or, le champion paralympique, représentant de la République populaire de Chine.
The The agony of finishing just off the podium in Tokyo is now forgotten for Yang Hong, the 24-year-old, with such an incredibly quick backstroke and breaststroke as well. The Asian Para Games champion in world record time is now the Paralympic Games champion in world record time. His fly, 33.98, 40.74 backstroke leg, breaststroke 42.97, and a sub-40-second freestyle to come home in 2:37.31 and obliterate his own world record.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, vous lever pour l'hymne de la République populaire de Chine.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of the People's Republic of China.
In world record time, Yang Hong is champion of the men's 200-meter individual medley SM6 ahead of Nelson Crispin and Taliesin Glock. This is the victory ceremony for the women's 200-meter individual medley SM6. The medalists in the women's 200-meter individual medley SM6. Swimmers from Great Britain, USA and China.
Les médailles seront remises par Monsieur Greg Nugent, membre de
Member of the Paralympic Order, Greg Nugent, will present the medals, and he's accompanied by Hakim Alal, the mayor's councillor in Nanterre, which is the area of Paris that we are in. Liu Daomin, the Asian Para Games champion, knew that she was going to be up against it with the likes of world record holder Summers Newton and Marks of USA in the race. She was able to edge out the likes of Grace Harvey as well, World Championship medalist. .303.60 her time to claim bronze. Five medals for Ellie Marks between Rio and Tokyo. She's already got 2 in Paris from 2 events. Ellie Marks led through the 100 meters after the butterfly and the backstroke legs. Somewhat surprisingly, not leading through the butterfly leg, but after the opening 100 was in front. It was in the breaststroke where the eventual winner got herself in front. A solid front crawl guaranteed her the silver medal as she overhauled Liu Daomin in the closing stages. Maisie Summers-Newton, though, would not be denied. For the second consecutive games, she is champion in the women's 200-meter individual medley SM6. For a while, looked on world record pace. After another sublime breaststroke leg, took control and emphatically brought home the victory in the front call. 2:56.9. Only a shade off her Paralympic record from Tokyo.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, levez pour l'hymne de la Grande-Bretagne.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand when you are able for the anthem of Great Britain.
The medalists in the women's 200 individual medley SM6, Maisie Summers-Newton is champion ahead of Ellie Marks, and Liu Daomin takes bronze. The men's 100-meter breaststroke SB9 final is upon us. Pavel Poltsev's world record 104.02, and it stood now for a dozen years. The 8 qualifiers have made it through from the preliminaries to the final. Menciotti, Tang, Denayer of France, Isaev, Vetekam, Raimondi, Grigorev, and Zeyhaminejad of Iran. Gold and silver medalists from Tokyo return in Raimondi and Isaev. Grigorov was 4th in that final, only just missed out on the bronze medal. Raimondi, it looks like, has his work cut out for him if he is to find himself challenging for the gold medal again. This is a race we could see many finish within a very short time of one another. The crowd expectant, and they know that Denayer will be in action momentarily. Hector Denayer. He went 1:08 in the preliminaries. There we go. There's his head bobbing up and down. It's a cutout of his head. And the French athletes have all been celebrated with big cutouts of their heads by the French fans.
Imagine walking out for your final swim and seeing your head bobbing ahead of you. I'm not sure if that's energizing or if it's a little nerve-wracking.
I'm going to go with encouraging.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to go with encouraging. Men's 100-meter breaststroke SB9 final. 8 really tough competitors. There's some support for Vetekam, the German, who will go in lane 5 as well. Let's introduce the 8 finalists to you. Going in lane 8, representing Islamic Republic of Iran, is the 22-year-old reigning Asian Paragames champion, Sina Zeyhaminejad. Going in lane 1 is Italy's Riccardo Menciotti, the 29-year-old, 4th at the World Championships last year. Went 1:10.42 in the preliminaries. Neutral Paralympic athlete, 32-year-old Dmitry Grigorev, 4th in Tokyo. 4-time Paralympic Games medalist, Tokyo relay gold medalist, 5th at the European Championships, though, earlier this year. Deng Shuyuan, the 24-year-old, represents China and goes in lane 2. This is his only event here. He swam 1:04.49 in April. Stefano Raimondi, the gold medalist from Tokyo, 7-time Paralympic Games medalist, but took his only gold in this event, the 3-time reigning world champion, the European champion as well. Don't try to compete with the noise. Hector Denayer of France, the 19-year-old World Championship bronze medalist last year, the European Championship silver medalist this year, goes in 3. Another teenager in this race is Maurice Vetekam. He represents Germany and goes in lane 5. Silvers at the last 2 World Championships. For a man who loves football. Football as in soccer, that is. Big fan of British football club Manchester City. How he enjoys spending his weekends. The silver medalist from Tokyo is Artem Isaev. 3rd at the European Championships in April, though. The 28-year-old will go in lane 4 as the fastest of the qualifiers from the heat. So 1:07.48 his time. Now, Deb, I'm not going to ask you to predict this one or try to separate them because this is one of those races where it could go any one of 8 different ways.
It could. I mean, Denayer has the help of the French crowd behind him, who It's so loud right now, and they're just pumping him up. Raimondi, gold medalist from Tokyo, he was denied a medal at all during the 50 freestyle, so he's still hunting. And then you have Isaev and Wedekam right in the middle of the pool, right next to each other, and who were very fast this morning. Not even close to their best, though, so you know they have a lot left for the final.
This is going to be an intriguing race. How tight will it be come the finish, though? 2 lengths of this 50-meter pool. This is the final of the men's 100-meter breaststroke SB9. Oh, that's a brilliant start from Denayer, and he receives a raucous cheer, a rousing reception for the Frenchman, but it is Raimondi who gets off to that blistering start, as we're so accustomed to seeing from Stefano Raimondi, and he's looking to carve out a lead here. Is he going out a little too fast?
This is the Raimondi, though, that we are used to seeing in the 100-meter breaststroke. Goes out very fast and then has to hang on. He went out fast this morning and then kind of died a little bit during the second half. So here, it's really important that he continues to stay on the jets.
That's a great turn from Denayer. Gets himself effectively into second position, but it's Raimondi who is leading by a commanding margin at the moment. Isaev, Denayer, Vettekam all within medal chances at the moment. Vettekam is making up ground on Isaev and Denayer. Denayer looking to battle against Isaev and stays just in front for the time being. Raimondi is battling to hold on here. He's certainly seizing a little. He is slowing down. He's decelerating sharply, but accelerating is Denayer coming to the wall. He's going to be on the podium, but it's going to be Raimondi for the gold. Denayer takes the silver, and Vettekam denies Isaev a place on the podium with a fine bronze for Germany. Raimondi with a sensational gold, his second gold, and both at the Paralympic Games have come in this event. For the reigning world champion, the reigning European champion, he's in command again, and he's back on top of the podium. Not to be denied in his favorite event. But how about that silver medal for Denayer? A 105.91.
That has to be a PB for him. That
PB.
was blistering for him.
Well, Vettekam can smile. Raimondi at 26 is the veteran in this race in many respects.
He is.
And the 2 teenagers on the podium behind him.
And we talked about Raimondi. He went out fast during the preliminaries, and he went out very fast, faster again, during this evening session. And it's important for him to go out because he doesn't have the closing speed that some of the other folks during this race had. Here, what a beautiful swim. He was way ahead at the 50-meter mark. One underwater dolphin, does the pull out. And what he did here was he basically just hung on during the last 25 meters. He was on world record place, then it got ahead of him. And Denayer chasing him down, almost had him really, and came in for that silver. But Raimondi thrilled with that time and that gold medal.
Well, really pushing in the closing stages was Raimondi. Not quite desperate to hold on, but there was an urgency in that stroke to get to the wall. Indeed, he did, ahead of anybody else. And Raimondi can celebrate a second Paralympic Games gold medal. It was a brilliant swim. He went out sub 30.
Yeah. He might have gone out a little fast.
Yeah. I'm just saying, he might have set himself up to tire in the closing stage, just going out.
Exactly. If
29.68.
There's another 10 meters. This French crowd, Denayer might have had him, but fortunately, there wasn't.
Raimondi takes gold ahead of Denayer. Vettekam with bronze ahead of Isaev. This is the final of the women's 100-meter breaststroke SB9. Chantal Zederveld, the Dutch swimmer, is the world record holder, the only swimmer to go sub 1:11 in this race. Gabby Smith from New Zealand will go in this race, but it's the 2 Dutch swimmers in Krieger and Zederveld who will be favourites. Chang Meng, though, has got more than enough potential, and she wants to realise that potential in the pool. Going in lane 8 for Argentina is Daniela Jimenez, the 32-year-old at her 5th Paralympic Games, and she's made the final in 5 successive Paralympic Games. Every time since Beijing, she's made the final of this event, the 2017 world champion. Going in lane 1 for New Zealand is the 18-year-old Gabriella Smith, Gabby Smith, to her friends. 6th and 7th at the last World Championships. Based out of Viking Swim Club in Christchurch. Someone who trains up to 10 times a week. Elizaveta Sidorenko goes in lane 7, the 21-year-old, 4th at the European Championships this year. Another teenager in the race is Tatiana Lebrun, the Belgian 19-year-old who was World Championships bronze medalist 2 years ago and bronze at the European Championships earlier this year. Studying physiotherapy in Liège, goes in lane 2. The bronze medalist from Tokyo is Kira Stevens, the 21-year-old silver medalist at the World Championships 2 years ago. Bronze last time out. She goes in lane 6. Lisa Krieger represents Netherlands and goes in lane 3. The 23-year-old won gold in Rio, silver in Tokyo. The 2022 world champion. 2022 was her year, certainly. 23, she won silver, and silver at the European Champs. Zhang Meng, 5th in Rio, 6th in Tokyo, but she won, rather emphatically, the Asian Para Games gold medal. The gold medalist in Tokyo was Chantal Zederveld, edging out Lisa Krieger, her compatriot, the 23-year-old, 6-time Paralympic Games medalist in her only event in Paris. She's the 3-time and reigning world champion. She is the European champion. She is the world record holder. And she is the dominant force in the women's 100-meter breaststroke SB9. This, another one of those races that is going to be very difficult to pick.
I mean, Zederveld has to be the favorite. World record holder, killed it in Tokyo, and she's really owned it. She also loves this event. But she also has Lisa Krieger, don't count out Zhang Meng, and of course Kira Stevens, the bronze medalist. I do think it's really between those 4. Those are really the ones to watch. But of course, it's the final. Could be anyone's race.
Final. If you've got a lane, you've got a chance, they say. Kira Stevens looking to be on the podium again for the 2nd successive time in this event, the women's 100-meter breaststroke SB9. The final here and now. Chantal Zederveld hasn't been swimming close to her world record time in recent times. This might be her chance. Only one event in Paris, and she's looking to make the most of it.
Take your marks.
Really good start from Tatiana Lebrun of Belgium, and a really good start for Zederveld as well. She uses her underwater nicely, but they come up relatively level. 7 of the 8 competitors in this final. Kira Stevens looking fairly solid. Zhang Meng a little further behind than we might have expected to see, but it's Stevens and Zederveld who are pushing the pace in the early stages, and Zederveld now seems to be coming into her own.
And Zederveld's out for that early lead. That's exactly what we would have expected to her. You know, she probably, if she could, wants to challenge the world record, but even more important is getting her hand on the wall first. Out in 34:47, that's faster than this morning. It's above world record time, but that is okay. She is so much faster than everyone else in this race.
Well, when she gets going, she's absolutely phenomenal to watch, and it looks like Zederveld is getting going. Lisa Krieger at the moment in silver medal position. Stevens is faded just a little. Zhang Meng is coming back now into this race, and she's looking to challenge Krieger in that silver medal position for now. Lebrun is falling out of medal contention. Zhang Meng is coming back at Zederveld. Zhang Meng is found an extra gear and is chewing up the water, but she might run out of room here. Zederveld is going to take this. Zederveld for the gold. It's going to be Zhang with silver and Krieger touching for the bronze as she completes her medal collection after gold in Rio, silver in Tokyo. Krieger has bronze here, but the celebrations for Zederveld. After Tokyo gold, she's champion again in the women's 100 breaststroke SB9, and it means so much. Her only event in Paris, she came here to win, and she's done exactly that. The 1:13.74, the winning time. How about the silver, though, from Zhang Meng? Grand closing speed.
That is so hard to do when you come to the Paralympics only to swim one event, which Zederveld is doing in this 100-meter breaststroke. It means that everything is riding on this first event. Zederveld, she looked good this morning, but she was a little off her time. And then here in the final, she didn't come close to her world record, but she took it out quickly, and she never ceded anything during this entire race, despite a last-minute gear come on by Zhang. And here's Zederveld coming into the wall. Love this breaststroke turn. She's so powerful. The one underwater fly kick, beautiful pull out. Pops up first. You see Krieger up at the top, and there's Zederveld just leading the pack despite another surge by Zhang. And then Krieger comes in for the bronze.
Chantal Zederveld out in 34, touches in 1:13.74. Zhang matching Zederveld for speed in the closing 50 after going out not quite a second and a half slower. Daniela Jimenez embracing Zederveld, and Jimenez is being carried from the pool.
The swimmers in this classification are all very close. Zederveld, Krieger, Kira Stevens. There's been interviews where they talk about how close they are, and that's so great to see.
Confirming the results in the women's 100-meter breaststroke, SB9, Chantal Zederveld with the gold ahead of Zhang Meng of China. Lisa Krieger takes the bronze ahead of Kira Stevens of Australia. Tatjana de Bruin with a fine fifth-place finish, 1:18.39.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de vainqueur du 400 mètres nage libre homme S11.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for the men's 400 meters freestyle S11.
Veuillez accueillir les médailles.
Please welcome the medalists.
The medalists in the men's 400-meter freestyle S11 from Czechia, Netherlands and Japan.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Dr. Mike Peters, Directeur général du Comité international paralympique.
Chief Executive Officer of the International Paralympic Games.
Dr. Mike Peters, the IPC Chief Executive Officer, will present the medals, and he's accompanied by Carole Collet-Kier, the Digital Director of Paris 2024.
Comité d'organisation des Jeux olympiques et paralympiques de Paris 2024.
Digital Director of the Paralympic Games in Paris 2024.
Médaillé des bronzes, représentant le Japon.
Bronze medalist representing Japan, Uchu Toyota.
Silver medalist in Tokyo in front of what would have been his home fans. And now has the opportunity to receive a medal in the 400-meter freestyle S11 in front of fans. Tomita Uchu out of the medals for much of the race, but closed so impressively strong. 4:32.33 is time to touch third. The Dutch swimmer Rogier Dorsman won gold 3 years ago in Tokyo. He was one of the stars as he picked up 3 gold medals in Tokyo. Multiple world champion. But he was beaten at the World Championships last year by a young teenager. And that has happened again. A 4:31.34 for Dorsman, who led for much of the race. Couldn't put down the closing speed of the eventual champion. The 4th Paralympic Games medal for Dorsman.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing
David Kratochvil is champion, though. He's just 16 years old. He caused an upset by beating Dorsman at the World Championships in Manchester last year. And this young man, who grew up wanting to be an ice hockey player before losing his vision, has seen his path go in a very different direction. But he's achieved the ultimate success. He's a gold medalist at the Paralympic Games. 4:26.34 is winning time. And at 16, you have to imagine it's only up from here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Turkey.
The medalist in the men's 400-meter freestyle S11, David Kratochvil, takes gold ahead of Rogier Dorsman, and Tomita Uchu has bronze. That's the great world record holder, John Morgan. John Morgan's world record in this event has stood since 1992. 32 years it has stood. And that is an incredible honor for David Gratuitfield to be able to meet a man who set the world record, double the number of years old that he actually is. He's 16. 32 years ago, John Morgan set that world record.
That is incredible. And not only is it an amazing feat, but also it gives Gratuitfield something to work towards in the future, right? Now he's got a goal, right? He won a gold medal, and people say, like, where do I go from here? Well, world record. That should be the next step.
This is the victory ceremony for the women's 400-meter freestyle S11.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de vainqueur du 400 mètres nage libre femmes S11.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's 400 meters freestyle S11.
The medalists in the women's 400-meter freestyle S11. One from Netherlands, one from China, and a neutral Paralympic athlete. In a race it proved to be somewhat of an upset, as the defending champion was unable to get herself onto the podium. But a former champion came back.
Monsieur Lambis Constantinidis, directeur exécutif, qualification et coordination, comité d'organisation des Jeux olympiques et paralympiques de Paris 2024.
Executive Director of Planning for Paris 2024, Mr. Lambis Constantinidis, will present the medals. And Katie Bontink, the first Deputy Mayor to Saint-Denis, will accompany him.
Madame Cathy Bottink, première adjointe au maire de Saint-Denis. Médaille de bronze, athlète paralympique neutre.
Bronze medalist, neutral Paralympic athlete Daria Lukinenko.
The silver medalist, Daria Lukinenko, hasn't swum this event in a major international competition since Tokyo. She went on to swim a very fine race in the final, and she was able to edge out, amongst others, the Tokyo gold medalist Anastasia Pagonis for a place on the podium. 5:04.37, the time for Daria Lukinenko. Her second Paralympic Games medal. Zhang Xiaotong is recognized as a breaststroker, but she came into the women's 400-meter freestyle with ambition and desire, and she was able to pull off a remarkable upset. She's been practicing this event in recent times and was the champion at the Asian Para Games, but now she's on the podium at the Paralympic Games, and a fine silver it was. Took the race out hard, and in the closing stages was even swimming down the great champion Lisette Brainsma. 5:03.45. Lisette Brainsma is a champion again. 8 years on from her gold in Rio, she's back on top of the podium after being upset by Anastasia Pagonis in Tokyo. and a fist bump to go with the gold medal. Utterly delighted is Bruinsma. Five minutes, 0.42 seconds. The winning time. She's come some way since that 15-year-old that won gold in Rio. And after the disappointment of Tokyo, this is delight for Bruinsma. Some night for Netherlands. 4 medals in the pool, including 2 gold. Just this session. The medalists in the women's 400-meter freestyle is 11. Daria Lukyanenko with bronze, Zhang Xiaotong takes silver, and Lisette Bruinsma is champion. Now for the final of the men's 100-meter backstroke S13. The world record holder will go in this final, Ihar Boki. No longer invincible in this race, though. And qualified second fastest. Swimmers from Uzbekistan, Ukraine, France, Netherlands, Spain, and South Africa. And outside, the 2 swimmers who are neutral Paralympic athletes. Certainly a great deal of excitement from the French fans because Alex Portal will go in the next race. But let's meet the finalists for the men's 100-meter backstroke S13. A race in which Boki is aiming for an 18th gold medal at the Paralympic Games. Going in lane 8 is the 19-year-old from South Africa, Nathan Hendricks. 6th at the World Championships. He made 3 finals at the 2023 World Championships. He's into his 2nd final here in Paris. Representing Uzbekistan going in lane 1 is Kirill Pankov, 4th in Rio, the 29-year-old, 5th at the World Championships last year. He's the reigning Asian Para Games champion. Enrique Alhambra, the 20-year-old from Valencia. Bronze in the 100 fly here already. The World Championship silver medalist last year in this event. 4th in Tokyo was Oleksiy Virchenko, the 23-year-old World Championship bronze medalist last year. More known for his butterfly, even though he finished 4th in the 100 fly final here. Representing Netherlands is Thomas van Wanrooy, the 21-year-old from Rotterdam, world champion this last year and European Championship bronze medalist. No prizes for guessing where this man is from. Alex Portal, 100 fly silver here already. Not one of his regular events, this, at major international meets, but he goes in lane 3. London, Rio and Tokyo gold medalist, the 30-year-old Ihar Boki goes in lane 5. The 100 fly champion here already, 5-time world champion in this event, but beaten by Sotnikov at the European Championships. Vladimir Sotnikov goes in lane 4, looking for gold after bronze in Tokyo. He's the reigning European champion. A man who's improved his times by almost 3 seconds in the last 3 years, Sotnikov. Watch out for Alhambra as well, a man with motivation. He missed the 2020 Paralympic Games qualifying standard by 1/100th of a second, and says that motivated him. No motivation needed for Alex Portal. And then Sotnikov and Boki. There's a score to settle there, perhaps.
There really is. And right now, Boki's going in lane 5. Not the usual position for him. He's normally in lane 4, right dead center in the pool. But Sotnikov had the faster time during the preliminary session.
Sotnikov with a 58.32 in the prelims, 58.97 for Boki, who's not gone better than 58.39 in the last year. Boki is the world record holder, the Paralympic record holder, the 3-time Paralympic Games champion. Now, Boki didn't get off to the best start. Sotnikov got off to a far better start. The underwater from Boki, though, is exceptional. He comes out strong and in front. Alex Portal seems inspired, but already Sotnikov into his stroke is looking to catch up on Ihar Boki. It might even be Van Wanrooy, who's really quick over the opening 50. Gets himself into a really good position, but Boki, I think, is still just leading the way, coming up towards the 50.
Yep, here he is going into the turn. Quick turn, touches first, but not by much. Sotnikov slapping back at him right now.
Boki seems inspired. He's got himself off the wall and into a really good advantage over Sotnikov, who looks to be just a little quicker in the stroke in the pool. Alex Portal has got himself up into bronze medal position in this final. Can he hold on and claim his 2nd podium place? But Ihar Boki going for his 18th gold medal and his 20th Paralympic Games medal in this event right here. He's going to miss the world record, but takes a record 20th Paralympic Games medal and 18th gold medal at the Paralympic Games. Sotnikov takes the silver and Alex Portal on the podium again with a fine bronze. Sotnikov can't believe it. Boki, a 56.60. That is only just off his own world record. He's not been swimming this event particularly well in recent times, but if there were any doubters, he has quashed those doubts.
He really has. He went in seated 2nd. He was in lane 5. Sotnikov was the last person to beat him, and Boki really sent a message saying, I'm here, I'm in peak form, don't even come close to me. Here they are off the wall. Boki, phenomenal underwater swim. He goes right up to that 15-meter marks. Here he is. Head is not moving at all. Right in that black cap, center of the lane. You could bounce a quarter off of his cap. Such a good catch. Now they go into the turn. Boki just first at the wall. And again, with the underwater fly kick, he really makes the most of every single wall, every turn, every start, every finish. Such a beautiful swimmer to watch. And then he comes in at the end, and he was like a body length ahead of Sotnikov, who was the last person to beat him, but no more. And here he is chasing that world record, just shy of it.
Well, just to give you an indication, Boki went out in 28.92. He hasn't gone out much below 28.9 in a while. He went out in 27.8 and then came off the wall in really monstrous fashion. Sotnikov with a shake of the head initially after touching, recognizing that he's been beaten by the superior athlete on the night. But this has been the superior athlete of the last dozen years. Ihar Boki has just won his 18th gold medal at the Paralympic Games. There is no other male Paralympian with more gold medals in the pool than Ihar Boki. Vladimir Sotnikov with silver and Alex Portal with bronze. Van Wanrooy misses out on the podium place. So too Alhambra. The final of the women's 100-meter backstroke S13. Gia Pergolini, the world record holder, will go as the favourite in lane 4. The 104.64, no world record, not too far off that in the preliminaries. So this is one of the straight to final events. Ziablitseva, Nufa, Gili, Pergolini, Nirian, Tushpulatova, Polo and Filiu. Going in lane 8, Emma Filiu. 6th at the European Championships, and 4th in the World Championships final this last year for the 20-year-old from Spain. Going in lane 1 is Alexandra Ziablitseva, neutral Paralympic athlete. 5th at the European Championships, also a competitive para-triathlete. Marian Polo goes for Spain in lane 7 in her first Paralympic Games final, 4th at the European Championships. Somebody who's studying gastronomy and loves her coffee. Grace Nufa, the 22-year-old, 100 fly silver here already at her first Paralympic Games. Her mom Tammy was a competitive athlete as well. 5th in Tokyo for Shoksang Mahon Toshpulatova, the 27-year-old, goes for Uzbekistan in lane 6, 3-time Paralympic Games bronze medalist, also a swimming coach in Uzbekistan. The Tokyo silver medalist is Carlotta Gili. She goes in lane 3 for Italy, 100 fly gold medalist in Paris already, looking for a second gold. 6-time Paralympic medalist, 3-time champion. 6th in Tokyo at only 16. Somebody who promotes inclusion and diversity is the 19-year-old from Ireland, Rushin Nirian. But Tokyo gold medalist is Gia Pergolini, the 20-year-old former world champion. Won the 100 back of the European Championships. She clocked 105.75, I think it was. Which is not too far off a time that many of the swimmers in this pool will not be able to match. Tushpulatova will be looking for a podium place after being 5th in Tokyo. The gold and silver medalists alongside one another in Pergolini and Gili in 4 and 3 respectively. Rushin Nirian of Ireland will go in lane 5. Swimmer from Limerick, World Championship silver medalist at the European Championships.
Take your marks.
Getting away well, but who's got the better of the underwaters? It looks to be Pergolini who's come up in front, and indeed she is ahead of Nirian and Gili. At the moment, though, it is Filiu as well, looking really strong in lane 8, but already in the stroke is starting to fade just a little. Pergolini leading the way from Nirian of Ireland.
And Pergolini, remember, she's the world record holder. She kind of came out of nowhere in Tokyo, asserted herself, broke the world record, and has been owning this event ever since. Turns first at the wall, 30.91, just above her world record split, so she's a little slower than that world record, but she's all by herself, clean water left and right.
Carlotta Gili, with a really good turn, has got herself up into second position, and this is leaving Nirian with a little bit of work to do in the pool with 25 meters to go. Pergolini, though, looks to be on world record pace here. She turned really quickly, did Gia Pergolini, and she finds herself coming back towards the wall. Watch the clock for Pergolini, out in 30.91. Is she going to just miss out on the world record of 104.93? She takes gold for USA. Nirian has silver for Ireland, and Gili has bronze for Italy. Roisin Nirian, the world champion, is beaten into silver by Pergolini, the world record holder and the defending champion. A 104.93. That's the kind of time that very few swimmers in the pool could match.
And she's so happy. Even though she was just shy of her world record here, it doesn't matter, because what matters is she got her hand on the wall first. What matters is winning gold, and she did. Boy, she excited.
The swimmer from Atlanta, Georgia, taking the gold.
And here's Pergolini, beautiful underwater swim. She stays underwater for a very long time, arches that back, and really maximizes her dolphin kick for when she pops up. And she led this race from start to finish. Here she is. Swimmers at the beginning are pretty tightly bunched, but Gia Pergolini quickly asserting herself and taking off. Look at this turn here. Times it perfectly, hits the wall, right into her underwater, stays down as much as she possibly can, then comes back up, head very straight into the rotation, very clean stroke. And here she is coming in for the finish, just off her world record. You see that line slipping away, but it doesn't matter because she got her hand on the wall first.
And that's all that matters. Times are secondary when it comes to claiming medals. It's about winning the medals. Pergolini has done that spectacularly well. Makes a splash for the second consecutive Paralympic Games. Pergolini beating the world champion and European silver medalist Roisin Nirian. Gia Pergolini with gold. Roisin Nirian has silver, and Carlotta Gili has another medal in Paris. This time it's bronze. This is the victory ceremony for the men's 100-meter breaststroke SB9.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de vainqueur 100 mètres masse homme SPD.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Medalists making their way out from Italy, France and Germany.
Les médailles seront remises par
the medals will be presented by
Monsieur Patrick Ollier, président de la métropole du Grand Paris.
President of Greater Paris Metropolis.
Patrick Ollier, the president of Greater Paris Metropolis, will present the medals, and he's accompanied by the founder and CEO of One Plan, Paul Foster. He's won silvers at the last two World Championships. He's no stranger to the podium, is Maurice Vetterkamp. But at his first Paralympic Games, he's produced a magnificent result. In his first event, he's denied, amongst others, the Tokyo silver medalist Artem Isaev. The 107.04 for the teenager from Germany. The man from Dortmund can celebrate a podium place at the Paralympic Games. Now based in Dijon, Hector Denayer, still a teenager himself, the 19-year-old is more than just delighted and excited to be on the podium. He's a captivating character, is Denayer. Bronze at the World Championships in 23, the European Championship silver medalist this year, and now a silver medalist at the Paralympic Games. He swam the swim of his life, a 105.91 PB, to get himself into second position, inspired by this partisan crowd. Collecting his 8th Paralympic Games medal and his second gold, both coming in this event after gold in Tokyo. It's gold again for Stefano Raimondi, the three-time and reigning world champion and European champion, a 105.28. He took the race out hard. He touched the wall at 50 in 29.68, sub 30 seconds, and gave himself what proved to be an unassailable lead. And while he's decelerating sharply in the closing stages, he would not be denied gold. Raimondi, champion again in the men's 100 breaststroke SB9.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for your name for the anthem of Italy. Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
The medalists in the men's 100-meter breaststroke SB9, Maurice Vetterkamp has bronze, Hector Denayer has silver, and Stefano Raimondi is champion again. Now for the victory ceremony in the women's 100-meter breaststroke SB9. The medalists in the women's 100-meter breaststroke SB9, 2 from Netherlands and 1 from China.
Les médailles seront remises par Madame Caroline Hertzberger, directrice marketing chez Allianz.
Caroline Hertzberger, the Chief Marketing Officer at Allianz, will present the medals, and she is accompanied by the Engagement Director of Paris 2024 Women, La Chance.
Directeur de l'engagement du comité d'organisation des Jeux Olympiques et Paralympiques de Paris 2024.
Lisa Kruger is never far away from the action, and she is almost always on the podium. Indeed, she found herself on the podium yet again in the women's 100-meter breaststroke. But after gold in Rio and silver in Tokyo, she's now completed her Paralympic medal collection with bronze at Paris 2024 in this event, the women's 100-meter breaststroke SB9. A 1:17.14. Couldn't quite keep pace in the opening 50 and was left with too much to do in the closing 50. Zhang Meng was 5th in Rio and 6th in Tokyo, wanted a place on the podium after her spectacular swim at the Asian Para Games, where she won the gold. And she certainly gave herself a chance with her wonderful lead out. Ultimately swimming a 1:15.05. She touched second and is on the podium with the silver medal. It's a third gold medal at the Paralympic Games for Chantal Zederveld. And she defends the title that she won in Tokyo 3 years ago. Her one event in Paris, and it's a case of job done. She swam out with the kind of intensity we expected from the world record holder, from the world champion, from the European champion, and from the defending champion. Her 7th Paralympic Games medal and her 2nd gold in the women's 100-meter breaststroke SB9. She touched in 1:13.74 for a confident gold medal. Confirming the medalists in the women's 100-meter breaststroke SB9, Lisa Kreger with bronze. Chung Meng takes the silver, and gold to Chantal Zederveld. Emotional scenes. The action continues in the pool with the men's 100-meter breaststroke SB8 final. World record held by Andre Kalina, set as far back as 2008, and he is still going strong. He will go in lane 4. Final that features Almonacid, Hodge, Salguero, Kalina, Young, Serrano, Smirnov and Shu. Going in lane 8 is a man who was 7th in Rio and 6th in Tokyo, the 30-year-old World Championship bronze medalist last year and Asian Para Games gold as one of his 5 titles in Hangzhou. Going in lane 1 is Chile's Vicente Almonacid, the 2022 world champion, silver medalist at the 2023 event and silver medalist at the Pan American Games. Fifth in Tokyo was Daniel Smirnov, representing neutral Paralympic athletes. The 22-year-old is in his only event here. His only Paralympic Games gold medal came in the 4x100 medley relay, 34 points in Tokyo. Timothy Hodge, will he go out fast, we wonder? The 23-year-old 2022 Commonwealth Games silver medalist. First time swimming this event at the Paralympic Games. The Rio and Tokyo gold medalist in the SB7 classification, Carlos Serrano of Colombia, an SB7 swimmer, goes in the S8 final. The Rio gold medalist and the Tokyo silver medalist, Oscar Salguero, goes for Spain in 3. The 2017 world champion and European Championship silver medalist earlier this year. The Tokyo bronze medalist is Yang Guanglong, the 27-year-old, 3-time Paralympic Games bronze medalist, Asian Para Games silver medalist, goes in lane 5 after a 1:11.13 in qualifying. Andrej Kalina, 1 in Athens, 1 in Beijing, 1 in London, missed out Rio, but 1 in Tokyo. The 37-year-old, 10-time Paralympic Games medalist, 5-time world champion, reigning European champion, a 1:10.61, goes as the favorite in lane 4. Serrano loves a challenge. The SB7 swimmer, who's not unfamiliar with swimming a class up and winning, as he did at the Pan American Games and indeed at the World Championships last year. But he's got a massive battle on his hands, you would have to imagine, in this race.
I think that's right. You've got Kalina, the world record holder, Yang Guanglong, who had an excellent swim this morning, 1:11.13, and Salguero also going to be very fast.
.100-meter breaststroke, SB8. Getting away really well, Almonacid, Kalina, Yang Guanglong as well will be looking for a place on the podium, and he's looking for gold. But it's Kalina straight into his stroke. Serrano is a little further back at the moment, the SB7 swimmer, but once he gets into his stroke, should be challenging for a place near the front. There's not too much separating the front 3 or 4. Kalina, Yang, Salguero is up in the mix as well, and Serrano is joining them.
Look at Serrano. I mean, he is hanging with Kalina right now as they head into this first 50-meter mark. Kalina just ahead of Serrano and Yang, but Serrano, remember, he's a class down. That means his impairment is more severe than the other swimmers right now in the water.
So a swimmer who's not unaccustomed to swimming upper class and managing to claim a place on the podium, and indeed often a gold medal as well, is holding on to a medal position in the pool. Almonacid is challenging from lane 1, but it's Kalina who, after a brilliant turn, has got himself into a grand position to go on and claim the gold medal. Yang Guanglong as well looks really strong going alongside him, but Serrano is challenging now for the silver medal as Almonacid fades. Kalina is not fading though. It's Yang who's going to touch second behind Kalina, and bronze to Serrano. But Kalina with a fine victory, but Colombia can celebrate as an SB7 swimmer, and Carlos Serrano has touched the wall and onto the podium. Andrej Kalina would not be denied. Champion in this event for the 5th time at the Paralympic Games.
That is unimaginable. The 5th time. That's his 5th gold medal in a row. Just the dominance in a single event by that kind of swim. Wow. And he went 1:09.02. Not really close to his world record, but it's still a very respectable swim. He's super happy with that time.
So much at the turn, though.
Yeah.
He really gained a lot off the wall and was able to make it count in the closing stages.
He really did. And watch this start. Serrano flies, but Kalina really makes the most of his underwater, and so does Yang right here as they pop up. Yang looking very good during that first 50-meter, but the stroke of Kalina, he's got that impairment, which creates a slight imbalance, but he compensates that a bit with his legs and, of course, with his other arm. And look at this. Such a clean stroke. He gets very high out of the water every single time. And he used every single pull to extend his lead despite the chasing from Yang and Serrano. And right here at the turn, beautiful turn by Kalina, also by Serrano. It was really in the second half where you saw how strong Serrano was and him just chasing down Yang right now. There wasn't enough for him to close in on him, but Serrano did an amazing job hanging with this higher class.
Serrano touched in 1:10.55, which is only just a shade outside his own world record in the S7 classification, the SB7 classification. So he set a new Paralympic record by almost 2 seconds, which is significant, but still unable to touch. 2 disqualifications on Monasid and Shu, both disqualified from this final, but Andre Kalina takes gold in 1:09.02 ahead of Yang Guanglong, who finished really strong. Great closing speed, 1:09.83, and beats Serrano into bronze. Imagine being a 5-time champion in a single event.
I can't imagine being a 5-time champion in anything.
The women's 100-meter breaststroke SB8 final now. Brock Whiston is the world record holder and will go in this final. A final that also features Ellen Keane, who might be inspired by the performance of Russian Narian in the pool already for Ireland so far this session. But Shulova, Marks, Keane, Dimitriv of Spain, Whiston, Fukuda, Katarina Roxon of Canada, and Utsugi from Japan go in this final.
Veuillez accueillir les nageuses pour le 100 mètres place femme SB8, la finale.
Please welcome the athletes to win the 100 stroke SB8 final.
Ligne numéro 8, représentant le Japon.
Representing Japan, Utsugi Mikuni, the 21-year-old, 4th at the World Championships last year, silver at the Asian Para Games, goes for Japan. Victoria Shulova goes in lane 1, the 19-year-old, more of a freestyler and fry sprinter, but bronze at the 2024 European Championships.
Ligne numéro 7, représentant le
First female swimmer from Canada to go to 5 Paralympic Games. Katarina Roxon, gold in Rio, 4th in Tokyo, the 31-year-old 3-time World Championships medalist. In lane 2, 25-year-old Nuria Marks, 5th in Tokyo. Great IMA, multiple backstroke World Championship golds as well, 4-time Paralympic medalist. Fukuro Kanon, representing Japan, goes in lane 6, the 18-year-old Asian Para Games champion in Hangzhou. And she swam an outstanding race in China to claim gold. Gold medalist in Tokyo. The Rio bronze medalist is Ellen Keane, the 29-year-old from Dublin, who published a book called Perfectly Imperfect last year at her last Paralympic Games. 27-year-old Brock Whiston is the world record holder, but not the quickest in qualifying. 2019 world champion, finished 4th in the SB9 final at last year's World Championships. Quickest in qualifying was the 16-year-old from Spain. The world champion at the last 2 editions, won gold at the European Championships as well. Somebody who's grown up in Spain after being born in Ukraine. Anastasia Dimitriv goes as the favorite in lane 4. And she's up against some tough competition. Brock Whiston, the world record holder. Ellen Keane has claimed gold in this event before. Somebody who plans to retire after these games. The 2-time World Championship silver medalist. Katarina Roxon as well, gold medalist from Rio. And don't discount the Japanese swimmers as well, most notably Fukuda, who was sensational in winning in Hangzhou, the Asian Para Games title. final of the women's 100-meter breaststroke SB8.
Take your marks.
Ellen Keane gets off to a good start. Somebody who made a Paralympic Games debut as a 13-year-old in Beijing and now as a 29-year-old is set to retire after these games. Brock Whiston is into a stroke, but it looks like Dimitriev who's leading the way through the opening 25 meters. Katarina Roxon is looking strong as well. Somebody who's got part of a highway named after her near her hometown of Kippens in Canada. And she has certainly been a grand ambassador for Canadian swimming, but is fading a little as she heads towards the 50. It's Whiston who's trying to keep pace with Dimitriev.
And don't count out Whiston. Never count out a world record holder. She's going to try and gain on Dimitriev. Dimitriev will have the advantage on each of the turns. You also saw her have the advantage on the start. But Brock Whiston can close. We saw her do it in prelim. She's going to try and do it now. She's got a lot of ground to make up. Dimitriev over a body length ahead of her.
That's a great lead out from Dimitriev, though. 37.02 out in this women's 100-meter breaststroke SB8. And she's not relinquishing her position in the pool. She's only extending her advantage over Brock Whiston, who's set for the silver medal. Ellen Keane with a little bit of a battle on her hands as Ishulova looks to close, trying to stay on the podium place, the Irish swimmer. But up in front, it's Dimitriev, the 16-year-old from Spain, who's got to come to the wall in 1:19.75 to take the gold ahead of the world record holder, Whiston. And it's Ishulova who out-touches Keane for the bronze medal. A 1:19.75. But importantly, hits the wall first. Dimitriev with a massive hug from Soto, Marcus Soto.
And look at this start. You see Brock Whiston, because of her impairment, gets off to a slower start than the others. But she immediately goes into her stroke, and that's Dimitriev, still underwater. She pops up pretty late in the game, but that's because she maximizes the underwater, and then she heads right into her stroke. Beautiful stroke. She's right next to Ellen Keane, who's got that amazing first 50. And here goes Dimitriev. Every single stroke, just extending her lead. She knew Brock Whiston was going to be fast. She is the world record holder, but she was not on her time tonight, and that's what allowed Dimitriev to really go for it. Here they are going into the first 50. Dimitriev way ahead, even here, of Brock Whiston. Brock Whiston had a lot of ground that she needed to make up, and it wasn't enough for her. And coming into the finish here, here's Dimitriev again. What a beautiful swim for her. 1:19.75. She has to be happy with that time, and most importantly, she has to be happy with the gold.
Dimitriev, a wonderful swim, only increased her advantage over Whiston, who has some really good closing speed. So really that is great credit to Dimitriev and the way she was able to close out this victory. Nuria Marks embracing her compatriot. Maybe feel for Ellen Keane in her last Paralympic Games, in her favourite event, touches fourth. Keane out of the medals, Ishulova with bronze, Brock Whiston with silver. But that is a superb gold medal for Anastasia Dimitriev, out in 37.02 and home in 1:19.75. Simply brilliant. We've got one event to come in the pool and a few victory ceremonies before we get to the first relay of Paris 2024. This is the men's 100-meter backstroke S13 victory ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen,
The medalists making their way out. Two neutral Paralympic athletes and Alex Portal of France.
Les médailles seront remises par Monsieur Greg Nugent, membre de l'Ordre olympique.
Greg Nugent will present the medals, the member of the Paralympic Order, and he'll be accompanied by Digital Director of Paris 2024, Carole Colinquier.
Directrice digitale du Comité d'organisation des Jeux olympiques et paralympiques de Paris 2024. Médaille de bronze, représentant la France.
Alex Portal deserves an enormous amount of credit for this podium place. He's a fine swimmer, no doubt about it, and it's his second medal at Paris 2024, but this is not one of his regular events. And he's come to Paris, still learning the backstroke, and swum 59.08 to challenge some of the biggest names in the sport and beat a handful of them, including from Van Rooij of Netherlands and Vrichenko of Ukraine. Just superb. Vladimir Sotnikov was looking for gold. The man who was the European champion, having beaten Ihar Boki in Portugal. Much improved times over the last few years. Swam 57.95 in the final and was still unable to claim gold. Which gives you an idea of the quality of his opponent. Sensational swim from Sotnikov, but it's a silver medal swim. There's very little more you can add about Ihar Boki. Champion in London, champion in Rio, champion in Tokyo. And he's won it all. And after being beaten by Sotnikov at the European Championships, claimed his revenge emphatically. 56.60. 0.2 off his own world record to claim the gold medal. His 18th gold medal at the Paralympic Games. His 20th Paralympic Games medal. He's an astonishing athlete. The Paralympic anthem plays for the neutral Paralympic athletes. A victory for Ihar Boki, his second at Paris 2024. The men's 100-meter backstroke S13, Ihar Boki takes gold, Vladimir Sotnikov silver, and Alex Portal of France takes bronze. You're looking at one of the all-time greats. No male para swimmer has more gold medals than this man. And only 2 para swimmers have more gold medals than him. The great Beatrice Hess and the great Trisha Zorn. This is the victory ceremony for the women's 100-meter backstroke S13. The medalists making their way out from Italy, Ireland and USA. Dr. Alex Mann is the Channel 4 CEO. She'll present the medals and is accompanied by the engagement director of Paris 2024, Romain Lachance. Carlotta Gili has been a superb competitor at the Paralympic Games. Just 23. She's now a 7-time Paralympic Games medalist. And she claims bronze after silver in Tokyo and a gold in the 100 fly in Paris. A 1:08.08 in a race where she never really challenged the top 2. Carlotta Gili with a fine bronze. She was only 16 when she finished 6th in Tokyo. Russian Narian of Limerick in Ireland went on to win the World Championship last year. And somebody who's continued to improve her times in the backstroke. Has now got a great reward. It's Ireland's first medal in the pool at Paris 2024. And it's a first Paralympic Games medal for the teenager from Limerick who wants to be a science teacher. A 1:07.27.
representing the United States of America,
And while it was a first medal for Ireland in the pool, it's a first gold medal for USA at Paris 2024 in the pool. Gia Pergolini, champion in Tokyo, is champion again in Paris. She swam the race so incredibly well. Out in 30.91 to touch in 104.93. Only a third of a second off her own world record. It's a superb gold medal.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne des États-Unis d'Amérique.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of the United States of America.
The medalists in the women's 100-meter backstroke S13. Gia Pergolini with gold ahead of Roisin Nerian, and bronze to Carletta Gili. The mixed 4x50 meter freestyle relay 20 points final. The world record held by People's Republic of China. It was set as they romped to victory ahead of Italy at Tokyo. The 8 countries who go in the final: Mexico, Italy, China, America, Brazil, Ukraine, Spain, Australia. Now, People's Republic of China didn't qualify fastest. United States of America did. The People's Republic of China is a team you do not often discount when it comes to gold medal talk in the mixed 4x50 freestyle relay, or indeed any relay.
Yeah, that's right. And also remember, in heading from prelims to finals, each team can change the swimmers that they use. So often teams, you know, they switch up the lineup heading into finals depending on who's swimming well, who they think is going to be a better fit. And that way it also gives more people a chance to get the medal if the team wins.
So yes, spot on in terms of the Paralympic Games for both athletics and swimming. While the medals have traditionally been awarded to competitors who swim in the heats as well as in the finals, the competitors who swim in the heats will be awarded medals as well come the victory ceremony. Australia go in lane 8, represented by Grant Scooter Patterson, Ahmed Kelly, Holly Warren and Chloe Osborne. So an S3, S3, S7, S7. So both male swimmers are S3 classification. Both female swimmers are S7. So 2 male and 2 female swimmers whose numbers for their respective classifications cannot add up to more than 20. Mexico go in lane 1. Diego Lopez Diaz, the S3 swimmer, and S6 swimmer Raul Gutierrez are the 2 male competitors. Nelly Miranda and Naomi Somayera are the 2 female competitors. S4 and S7 classification. Spain have made 2 changes from their heats. Daniel Ferrer, Sara Gascon, Marta Fernandez and Antoni Pons are the swimmers who swim in the final. Daniel Ferrer and Naya Sudair miss out. Italy have made 2 changes from the heats. Vincenzo Boni and Antonio Fantin are out. Luigi Bergiato, Ariana Talamona, Monica Boggioni and Francesco Bocciardo will swim in this final. So S4, S6, S5, S5. Ukraine go in lane 6. Anna Hontar is in. Brino Radets is in. Komarov is in. And Irina Poida remains. 3 changes from the heats for Ukraine. Now, People's Republic of China so often swim with 4 S5 swimmers. They've changed that up. Peng Chuping is in. She's an S4 swimmer. And S6 swimmer Zhang Yuyan is swimming as well alongside Yuan Weiyi and Guo Jincheng, who's in his 3rd event of the night. Brazil go in lane 5 with 1 change. Taliesin Glock makes his way in for Samuel da Silva de Oliveira. Patricia Pereira, Lydia Vieira and Daniel Xavier Mendes remain from the heats. USA, United States of America go in lane 4. Leanne Smith, Abbas Karimi, Zach Shattuck and Ellie Marks are the swimmers who go for USA. So S3, S5, S6, S6. And this is a race that is so utterly intriguing for a number of reasons, not only male and female, but the mix of the classifications.
Exactly. And like, again, you have to say, get out your calculator, get out your Excel spreadsheet, get out your pen and paper, because what you have to do is come up with the relay combo that equals, the sum is 20 points, and it has to be 2 females and 2 males. And so just the talent in the water at any given time is amazing, and the leader is going to change in any given lap. So you always have to keep your eyes open.
So Diego Lopez Diaz will lead off for Mexico, Luigi Bergiato for Italy, Peng Chuping for China, Leanne Smith for USA, Patricia Pereira for Brazil, Anna Hontar for Ukraine, Daniel Ferrer for Spain, and Grant Patterson for Australia, who I notice has shaved the beard. He's a little more streamlined for this final. Grant Scooter Patterson, there he is in lane 8, closest to your screen.
Yeah, he was sitting up here a little while ago, and I was staring at him, and I noticed
The beard
something
is gone.
was missing.
Where's the beard? So the only thing that is consistent in this event is that all 4 swimmers will swim freestyle for their 50-meter leg. But 1 leg of this pool for each of the swimmers. Ukraine leading the way as they've got S6 swimmer Anna Hontar, who's a world record holder in the 100, going this is the lead out. But they do have S4 swimmer, S5, S5 swimmers to come. 2 male, 2 female swimmers Grant Patterson in the pool for Australia. Second at the moment is a little bit of a battle between Italy and USA, it seems.
Yeah, but you could close your eyes and open them again at the 200-meter length and it's going to be a totally different lineup right now. So Anna Hontar did a superb job for Ukraine, but now you see the other swimmers starting to catch up. Here comes the United States, here comes the Chinese, here comes Brazil. Now they're catching up.
For USA with Amas Kavarimi in the pool and Yuan Weiyi for China find themselves in front suddenly of Ukraine as Vinohradets is being left behind. So too Spain coming, Sana Gascon showing a little pace in the pool. It's China though who touched first at the 100-meter mark. USA are second and Spain are third. As Zach Shattuck is in the pool for USA, an S6 swimmer with Ellie Marks to finish. And watch out as well for Irina Poida for Ukraine. She's in the pool now. She'll be making up a little bit of ground. But USA through Zach Shattuck and Zhang Yuyan battling against one another. An intriguing final 50 in prospect here.
It really is. Zach Shattuck is blazing, trying to go past the Chinese, but she is hanging on. And now it goes down to the final anchor leg.
And this is going to be intriguing in the sense that Ellie Marks, an S6 swimmer, but female, is going to swim against the male S5 swimmer, Guo Jincheng. Guo Jincheng's got an incredible start, but Ellie Marks in the stroke will be making up some room in the pool. But has she got enough? Taliesin Glock is in the pool for Brazil, and he's blasted his way into a complete podium guarantee. Ukraine are going to be out of it, but it is going to be China who touch it. A new world record, 2:14.33. It's China who take it. Brazil touch third. USA are second, but it's a new world record for China. That is splendid from Guo. His third event of the session, and he's picked up 2 medals, a silver and now a gold.
What an amazing swim by the Chinese. I love how they put together the relay. They are so creative. They won with 4 S5s this morning. Then they changed up the lineup going into tonight. And that anchor leg by Jincheng Guo up against Ellie Marks from the United States, who's an unbelievable swimmer in her own right. He just powered his way through with that kick. It was like he took off the block and just let, there was like an engine on his back, right?
Well, he's a freestyle specialist. That was just a sensational swim. Now, there is a little bit of confusion because the stadium screen has popped up with Brazil as touching ahead of China and then USA, which is not the case. China clearly touching first. World record 2:14.33 as Guo led home. But how about this for a finish? Ellie Marks is not slow in this freestyle. She gets the tap.
And Taliesin Glock, yeah. What an amazing anchor leg. Yeah, it really brought Brazil back from nowhere in order to get a bronze.
So Brazil have themselves on the podium. USA are on the podium, but on top, People's Republic of China. Guo Jincheng in his third event of the session has got gold. We'll await the official results.
And here's the start. You see Anna Hontar goes in first for Ukraine. She went out with a blazing 50, which makes sense. She is a world record holder in the 50-meter freestyle, although she got bronze in this event during day 1. She went out very fast, but like we said, if you close your eyes and then you open them during another leg, it's going to be a completely different lineup. Another key thing to watch here is the changeovers. Some of the swimmers start in the water, some of them start on the block, so it's important to practice those races. And here you see China blazing ahead for that final 50. Ellie Marks, an unbelievable 50 swimmer on own right, and then Taliesin Glock just coming from behind to put Brazil into bronze.
So China, having used 7 swimmers across the heats and the finals, have got themselves on top.
Your heart has to be pounding as you're watching the results say under review. They're so nervous.
Well, so often we see changeovers being a little too quick and disqualification that results. So there is generally a little consultation after the relay reviews for the relay official results. So unofficially, China in world record time have the gold medal ahead of USA, ahead of Brazil. Every one of the swimmers in this quartet from China more than played their part, going for Peng as the lead off the S4 swimmer, and then bringing Zhang into the mix as an S6 swimmer, Yuan and Guo.
And looks like there was a disqualification from Mexico.
So news is filtering through that there is disqualification. So Mexico have been disqualified. They did touch 7th in this final. But the results are still under review. So an anxious wait for China, for USA and for Brazil. Well, there's also a disqualification for Australia, it seems. So the official results we can announce have China as champions in world record time.
They have got to be, I mean, those results were under review for a very long time. You knew that there were some disqualifications coming. And as they were waiting there, they had to be so nervous.
World record 2:14.98 for People's Republic of China as they beat United States of America into silver, and Brazil with a fine bronze courtesy of Taliesin Glock's incredible final 50. Zach Sharrock, Abbas Karimi, after Leanne Smith led out and Ellie Marks brought USA home. And for Brazil, Patricia Pereira leading out Brazil, Lydia Vieira in the pool next, and then the 2 S6 swimmers, Daniel Javier and Taliesin Glock. This is the victory ceremony for the men's 100-meter breaststroke SB8.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's 100 meters breaststroke SB8.
The medalists in the men's 100-meter breaststroke SB8. Neutral Paralympic athlete as champion. Another silver to China's tally and a bronze for Colombia.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Professeur Gudrun de membre de l'Ordre Paralympique.
Member of the Paralympic Order, Professor Gudrun Dahl-Tepper will present the medals, and she's accompanied by Carol Collintier, the Digital Director of Paris 2024. He's got his 8th Paralympic Games medal. It's a joint record now with Nelson Crispin, who earlier this session collected his 8th Paralympic Games medal. It's not the color that Carlos Serrano wanted after being champion in Rio and Tokyo in the SB7 classification. But swimming a class up to be able to post a time of 1:10.55, just a shade outside his own world record in the SB7 classification. It's a Paralympic record, 1:10.55. But ultimately a bronze medal swim for Carlos Serrano. The Tokyo bronze medalist is a silver medalist in Paris, Yang Guanglong, the silver medalist at the Asian Para Games. Looked superb in the pool. And while he was being chased down by Serrano in the closing stages, he found an additional gear, it seemed, and got himself ever closer to the eventual champion and away from the bronze medalist Serrano to touch in 109.83 and claim his silver. His first silver of his 4 Paralympic medals.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, neutral Paralympic
Andrei Kalina, champion as far back as Athens. 20 years on, he's champion again. For a 5th time in this event, the 37-year-old with his 11th Paralympic Games medal, a 109.02. Out the fastest. A magnificent turn and then brought it home splendidly. In his specialist event, he is champion again.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne paralympique.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the Paralympic anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Paralympic medalists in the men's 100-meter breaststroke SB8, Carlos Serrano with bronze, Young takes the silver, and Kalina with gold. The victory ceremony of the women's 100-meter breaststroke SB8.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony.
Well, here come the medalists. Medalists representing neutral Paralympic athletes, Great Britain and Spain.
Les médailles seront remises par Madame J.B. Cameron, responsable des Jeux Olympiques et Paralympiques Airbnb.
Head of the Olympics and Paralympics, Airbnb.
Accompagnée par
Airbnb, head of Olympic and Paralympic Games, is Jamie Conlon-Rocha. She will present the medals and is assisted by Romain Lachance, the engagement director of Paris 2024. Victoria Shulova swimming from lane 1, the teenager, more renowned as a freestyler and fly sprinter. Got herself onto the podium at the European Championships in the breaststroke and felt confident she could make it onto the podium at the Paralympic Games, and she's done exactly that, beating out among the favourites for not only a medal but indeed the gold medal, including Ellen Keane, the Tokyo gold medalist and Rio bronze medalist. Fast close from Ishulova, got herself onto the podium. Representing Great Britain is the world record holder Brock Whiston. The world record stands at 1:13.83. She produced a 1:21.04. Couldn't quite keep pace with the eventual champion. And Brock Whiston has a silver, and it's a first Paralympic Games medal. Shot to prominence by winning the World Championships twice in the last 2 editions. She's still only 16 as Anastasia Dimitrieva. Gold at the European Championships in this event as well. She came with high hopes to Paris, and indeed she's delivered in this event. A 1:19.75, the winning time for the Spanish swimmer. She came seeking Spain's first gold at these Paralympic Games. And indeed, she has found it. Spain have a gold in Paris 2024 in the pool.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Spain.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés.
Two teenagers and a first-time Paralympic Games medalists. Ishulova takes bronze, silver to Whiston, and Dmitriev has gold. This is the victory ceremony for the mixed 4x50 freestyle relay, 20 points.
Tout le monde connaît cette chanson. Ah, voilà les enfants qui étaient sur le grand écran. Eux, ils savent faire.
We will bring you our victory ceremony just a matter of moments. Thank you very much to those of you joining in with the dancing and the singing.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs, 4x50 mètres nage libre, 20 points en Paralympics.
Ladies and gentlemen, to celebrate the
welcoming the medalists into the pool deck at the Paris Stade de France Arena. The medalists in the mixed 4x50 freestyle relay, 20 points. Patricia Pereira is catching a ride from Lydia Vieira. Now, at the swimming and athletics competitions of the Paralympic Games, the athletes who competed in the heats will also receive their medals on the podium at the same time as those who competed in the finals. Craig Nicholson, the head of World Para Swimming, will present the medals. And he is accompanied by Digital Director of Paris 2024, Carole Collincier.
Directrice digitale du comité d'organisation des Jeux Olympiques et Paralympiques de Paris 2024.
Digital Director of the Organizing Committee of the Paralympic Games Paris 2024.
Médaillé de bronze.
Bronze medalists.
The bronze medalists are Brazil. They swam with 4 swimmers in the heats and made 1 change for the final, bringing in Thaleson Glock for Samuel da Silva de Oliveira. Patricia Pereira receives her bronze medal. Lydia Vieira receives hers. Daniel Xavier Mendes receives his bronze. Thaleson Glock, his second bronze of the session. And Samuel da Silva de Oliveira receives his bronze medal. Brazil touching in 2:20.91. And much of that bronze medal was down to an incredible final leg from Thaleson Glock. Superb 50-meter free, and he swam to close out the Brazil swim. That's set up by Pereira, who led off, handed over to Lydia Vieira. The change then for Daniel Xavier and Glock to bring it home. S4, S4, S6, S6. Brazil with bronze. United States of America finished as silver medalists. They were quickest in qualifying with a 2:23.01, but they swam a 2:18.99 in the final. Leanne Smith receives her silver medal. The S3 swimmer, Abbas Karimi, an S5 swimmer. Zachary Shattuck, Zach Shattuck, receives his silver medal. And Ellie Marks with her 3rd silver and her 2nd of this session alone. 3rd silver of Paris 2024. It's a first for Leanne Smith, the first for Abbas Karimi, and a first for Zach Shattuck. The champions, though, People's Republic of China. And they didn't just do it by a slender margin. They broke the world record. Peng Chuping swam in the final, the S4 swimmer. Yuan Weiyi swam in the final. Zhang Yuyan, the S6 swimmer, swam in the final. And the only swimmer who swam in both the heats and the finals was Guo Jincheng, who collects his second medal of the session. Silver earlier and gold now in the relay. Chenghua, Lu Dong and Wang Liqiao will collect their medals as well, having swum in the heats. People's Republic of China qualified with a 2:27.52, but when it mattered most, they produced a blistering display of swims. Peng led off the S4 swimmer, then Yuan swam the second leg. Zhang got China right back into contention, and Guo Jincheng closed out the victory superbly with a final 50 free that was lightning. 2:14.98, a new world record. China are gold medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la République populaire de Chine.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem, the People's Republic of China.
The medalists in the mixed 4x50 freestyle relay, 20 points. China are champions in world record time ahead of USA and Brazil with bronze. The medalists making their way from the podium. They will have media interviews to do. They will pose for photographers. They will have to do a host of duties following their successes in the pool. And that's all in a day's work for some of these athletes. It's been a phenomenal session. The likes of Alexander Komarov setting a Paralympic record to start the session. Young Hong with the first world record of the session as well for China in the men's 200 individual medley, SM6. A Paralympic record for Carlos Serrano in the SB7 classification, swimming in the men's 100-meter breaststroke SB8 final. And in the very last event, the very first relay event at Paris 2024 in the pool, in the mixed 4x50 freestyle relay, 20 points, China absolutely excelled as they smashed their own world record. At 2:14.98, the new world record mark and a second world record of the session and a fourth of Paris 2024 across 2 days of competition. As it stands, it's People's Republic of China who top the medal standings with 4 golds, 4 silvers and a bronze. Italy leading the way in terms of total medals, 11 with 3 golds, 2 silver and a bronze as well. 2 gold medals again in the session for Great Britain, while Netherlands picked up a double gold as well. USA, Spain, Czechia among those picking up their first golds at Paris 2024 in the pool. What a session, including that gold for Gia Pergolini. If there were any doubters, though, this was a session that would have quashed a few. Raimondi, Zeiderfeld, Boki among those who were doubted but came good.
I agree. Ihor Boki, if there were any doubters about how superb he is, that 100-meter backstroke quashed them. He went out, he took the lead, he never ceded it. Another great one was the 200-meter individual medley. Macy Summers-Newton, that gold medal. And of course, you can't discount the 400 freestyles. Brensma, the Dutch swimmer, getting back on top with that gold.
Well, what a wonderful session it was indeed. But that concludes the action then in day 2 of competition of the Para Swimming at Paris 2024. We look forward to your company for more exhilarating action on day 3. There are 28 heats in 14 events to come in the 5th session, the preliminary session on day 3. But for now, from the Paris La Défense Arena, it's goodbye.